Burn calories.
My talent will still breaks off.
I
I'm
still
out of
got
here.
a bunch to go on my watch, so
I got a shot in my back coming tomorrow.
I'm fidgety, that's why.
You're all ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ashland Board of Selectmen meeting for December 5th. Is there anyone here who's recording the meeting other than WACA-TV? Okay, great, thank you. Mark, would you care to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Are you ready to do that? Yeah, there we go.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you. All right. Joe, do you want to do the vision statement?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Vision is something that I don't have much of anymore. Before we do that, though, Mr. Chair, could I ask for a moment of silence in memory of President Bush and,
Sure,
and his untimely death? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you to the service of our country, too, sir. Appreciate that. Vision statement. The town of Ashland will be a prosperous and physically sound community with a full range of housing, business, cultural, and educational, recreational opportunities in a safe and attractive environment for residents and visitors.
Thank you. Yolanda, the mission statement?
Sure. The Ashland Board of Selectmen is dedicated to promoting responsible fiscal management, advocating for sustainable development and growth, and providing excellent municipal services which will enhance the quality of life in our diverse community. The Ashland Board of Selectmen is committed to providing clear goals and objectives for town management and creating effective engagement and public participation with residents, state legislators, and other elected officials in order to achieve our mission.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone, just a note to the public, we've just come out of executive session, FYI. And is there anyone here for citizens' participation? Mark?
And why not start a meeting without me, right? Good evening, Mark Sony. And through the chairman, Mr. Joe, thank you for the moment of silence. I've been watching that, and he reminds me of what this town was. Talk about President, Vice President number 41, put it that way. Worth knowing that there were people back then that is good, friendly, and not overbearing. And what was at the state of the funeral today in Washington, I hitch up my thoughts to the other son, George W. Bush, because I get the same age father. And what he said, if you watch it over again, at the very end, is how I kind of felt about the father and son. But volunteerism was one of his name, Bush, is one of his things to do. He loved to do civic things and not talk about himself. So with that, I know it's not a full crowd, but you got a full agenda. As we go on, let us know that back then in history, we can repeat and not have the same history that's going on now. Be us, be true, and remind us that blue is what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, yes, do you want to
Good, I
comment?
just wanted to comment, Mark, thank you, and I was able to watch a little bit of the service this morning as well, and it was, George W. gave a great comments about his dad, and it was really very, very well done. And but I do have to mention one of the things that they talked a lot about was his marriage to Barbara, 73 years. And I'm bringing this up because my spouse is in the audience today, and you know we're working on it. I mean, we still have a ways to go. I mean, but we aspire to 73 years. So I'll leave it at that.
Very good. All right, thank
Aren't
you.
you glad you came, Bonnie?
Is there a comment from you? No. All right. All right, so next is tax classification hearing. Are we expecting the assessor, or,
Mr. Ball should be here.
well, could we well, do you want to wait, or should we?
In an email to me, he said 7:20. So
Oh, all right. Why don't we do, why don't we do the name meeting room then? If
We
you,
need to open it and then suspend.
Oh,
right?
this is
'Cause
a
it's
formal
it's a
hearing?
formal
It's a formal
hearing.
hearing, yeah, that's
all
right.
right, so let's open the tax classification hearing, and then
You
we'll
have to read it.
suspend it.
You have to read it, though.
Oh, my God,
Yep.
do I have the whole thing here
Yeah.
somewhere? Where is
Here.
it? Oh, yes, there it is. All right, in accordance with requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 56, the Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on fiscal 2019 property tax classification on Wednesday, December 5th, 2018, at 7:10 at the Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland. The purpose of the public hearing is to consider the percentages of the FY 2019 tax levy to be borne by each class of taxable real and personal property. Parties wishing to be heard on this matter should appear at the time and place indicated above. Interested parties who are unable to attend the hearing may submit written comments to the Selectman's Office, Town Hall, 101 Main Street, Ashland, Mass. 01721. Okay, so we've opened the hearing, and I'm going to suspend it while we wait for the assessor to come.
Well,
As he comes walking
He's
through the
walking in the,
door.
he's
Oh,
walking
wow.
in the room, so.
Let's see if he's
So
ready to
what's-
go.
Rich, you're up.
All right, Rich, good timing. Come on up front if you're ready.
Jump right in.
Sorry, Paul.
Won't even give you a chance
Almost,
to get-
almost got you in there.
Thank you.
New information.
Is this the same?
Is this new information?
Yes, this
New
is
one,
up to
okay.
date, the new ones.
That's new,
Thank you.
okay.
Oh, it's different than what we got earlier.
There you go.
Okay. But I got, we have a packet. Is this different than the
It's
packet?
different from what was in the packet, it's
Okay.
updated.
All right, things change that much. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Okay, well, welcome once again to the annual classification hearing. This year, as in past years, is kind of the same, not a lot of change. And as you know, each and every year, the recommendation from the Board of Assessors is a single tax rate. That hasn't changed in a while. I think 2003 was the last year that Ashland actually had a split tax rate, but as we go through the packet, you'll see that the numbers just don't
Right.
justify splitting a rate, so. If you want to jump to page 1, we'll cover that. This year was a revaluation year mandated by the Department of Revenue. So there were a lot of changes within each class of property. The Department of Revenue, they're pretty tough, they're pretty thorough with the statistical reviews that they do, so, you know, there were a lot of changes just to meet their standards. So we can just go through this briefly. The single-family class changed roughly 5% from last year to this year. It was actually around 4.5%, but rounded up to 5. And if you want to go across, you can see the average tax bill from last year to this year and what the difference is. And keep in mind, it's just average. Basically, it's just a total single-family class divided by the number of single-family parcels, and so it's average to average. And the difference is $156, which, I mean, that's pretty reasonable of an increase. It's very moderate, so. The condominiums, they jumped up a little bit more than some of the other classes. They're around 6%. The reasoning behind that, and the Department of Revenue kind of felt that based on a lot of the sales from 2017, that was the range for sales that we did our modeling on, we based our numbers on. In the condominiums, in general, sales were up, especially the older condominiums. They were up quite a bit, so that's why the assessments came up proportionally with the sales. So you can see the difference between last year and this year, average to average again. The difference is a little bit more than the single-family home difference, but again, Department of Revenue felt that the assessments from last year needed to come up a little bit more than some of the other classes, so it just results in a little bit bigger difference there. The multifamilies, those are the 2 and 3 families, around 3%. Not a lot of change here. Vacant buildable lots, the lands, really no change. We haven't had many sales at all the past few years. Large apartments, they were up around 5%. They're definitely holding their value there. There was an increase. Joe?
Rich, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
can you explain what large apartments are?
Large apartments, 8 units or more.
Okay.
Oh, no, excuse me, 4 units or more. But when, in terms of this classification, there are a lot of large apartments, Chestnut's apartments up there. Those are very large, right next door, 119 Main Street. But in terms of classification, and this is how the Department of Revenue codes them, they do 4 units and above, so. I don't know, I hope that answers your question.
No, it did, thank you, I appreciate
Okay,
that.
all right. Mixed use, about 5% increase. And of course, mixed use, it's gonna have some residential and some commercial, and that's why it's mixed. And it varies, some has more residential than others, some has more commercial, but all in all, about 5% change in that class. The commercial industrial, up a little bit more than the other classes, around 6%. And that varies quite a bit. I know in the past, people have asked, what's the average? It's just awfully hard to determine an average because within this class, it just varies too much to determine an average. But overall in the class, about 6% increase. In the personal property, the total class increased around 6% as well. And again, big variation in the personal property. You can have like a small business and you can have a huge utility. The utilities are really what bring in a lot of that valuation in the personal property, so. Any questions?
Rich,
Mike?
just in terms of the process,
Yep.
so the assessment changes were just made
Yes.
in the town record. So for the folks out there, like, their house or property could have been increased in value, but you wouldn't necessarily know that. It's just something you guys are doing behind
Well,
the
everything we
scenes.
do is based on sales from the previous
Mhm.
year. That's how we do our modeling for the land and the building portion.
Right, but you've gone through all the property and assigned a new value,
Yes.
basically, right? Yeah.
Yes,
As part of this,
townwide, yes.
part of the revaluation.
Everybody's value, everybody's assessment will have changed. Some will increase more than others. That always happens every year. And a
So
lot of
people
it,
could see some changes when they get their
and
property tax
it
bill.
varies, depending on what section of town you're in, whether your house is new, whether it's an older home, the style of house. There's just a lot that goes into it, and,
And I
certain
think, and what you're leading us to is the tax rate looks like it's going down a bit, but people's
We haven't gotten that
taxes in
far, but
general-
yes, it is
yeah.
going
Okay, I
down.
won't get ahead of it.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
very good,
We'll cover that in a minute.
sure.
So if there's no more questions, we'll go to the next page. Page 2 deals more with overall classes, and it shows the difference from last year to this year. Residential, again, in classification, it's going strong. In terms of percentage, you can see it increased a little bit from last year as a total class. A big part of that, of course, is the apartments, RTD apartments. They've generated a lot of value the past year or two, and a lot of growth to the town. Open space didn't change much. And then, of course, the CIP, commercial, industrial, and personal property. Not a big change from last year to this year. But now when we break it down into the two classifications, residential and open space versus commercial, industrial, personal property, the breakdown, basically, as you can see on this page, it's 90.75% is the residential, and the other portion, the balance of 9.25% is the commercial base in town. So really, that split just shows you that it really, there's not enough commercial in town to justify a split rate. Really, in this profession, the rule of thumb is like 85 and above. You're not really gonna split anything. It's gonna stay as a single rate.
Rich, can I just
Michael?
jump in, if you don't mind, Mr.
Sure.
Chair? So I want to hone in on that a little bit. I think, so I think when people see the percentages here, sometimes they might think of it a little bit off kilter in a way, because they see the percentage of commercial and industrial go down as a percentage of overall valuation when you look at a 2018 to 2019
Yep.
comparison. But I think the point that you were making is that the residential increased so much. It doesn't mean that commercial valuation went down, it just didn't keep up with the residential increase.
Yes.
So I want to point out that we actually saw, looks like a $8 million increase in commercial, and then a $2 million increase in
Right.
industrial.
On the residential. And again, a big chunk of that is the apartments up on Sarah's Drive, the RTD. They're providing a lot of valuation to the town. If we turn to page 3, I've split out, just to give you an idea of what it would look like with the split rate. And I stuck with the 10% increments, just to make it easy. And but if we look at a 10% shift, hypothetically, if Ashland decided to go with a 10% shift in the tax rate, you could see what happens to the rate itself. So the single tax rate right now, it's projected to be $16.28 per thousand. That single rate at a 10% shift, it would push the residential rate down to $16.11, but at the same time, it would increase the commercial rate up to $17.91. And it just further divides that commercial and residential split. And the further out you go with shifts, it gets, the difference becomes bigger and bigger. And I think a lot of people tend to think that if Ashland, wants to bring in more commercial and industrial, that staying with the lower single rates would be more beneficial to the town. Anyway, that's.
All right. that it, Rich? Questions?
Questions? Well,
Yeah, well, no, I think you made it clear that, you know, the threshold, we have a ways to go before we hit that threshold for considering a split rate.
yes.
And when you look at our neighboring towns, obviously the ones that have split rates, it's advantageous because they have a tremendous capacity of commercial and industrial, so.
Right.
To go back to, I think, slide number 1, you talked about average single-family value and then average single-family increase. Explain to residents that might be watching, listening, how you can look up your own personal property lookup that.
Oh, sure.
So explain how a resident can do that.
Yeah, everything's on the website. If you go to the Ashland Town website, find your way to the assessor's office. There's a couple of ways to look up your property. There's a parcel lookup. If you click on that, it'll take you right down to your own property, and you can look up a lot of the data that way. There's also a listing, fiscal 19 assessment listing in alphabetical order. It just goes right through the town. It lists everybody's property. So you can look at yours and your neighbors and make comparisons. But it's easy to find. The town website is very user-friendly.
So is there an appeal process or, you know, the rebate?
There's an appeal process. It starts January 1st, once the tax bills are issued.
That's when people, yeah, okay.
Without having the calendar in front of me, I believe it's February 1st. Generally, it's 30 days, but it depends on when February 1st lands. If it lands on a Sunday, of
So
course,
if
you get the
people
next
think they've
day,
been
but-
unfairly
Oh, yeah,
assessed, they can
absolutely.
look it up.
Anybody can do that. The appeals have been very light over the last few years. I think last year we hit an all-time low, which is good. It means we've done a lot of good things, and hopefully we'll continue in that trend as well. But, yeah, the appeals process is out there. There's a lot of notice. You know, people know about it. People can see it. And if anybody wants to call the office, of course, they're welcome to. So.
Yeah, Michael, an observation?
I just, usually the biggest takeaway for people from these tax classification hearings is how much the average increase is gonna be. And you've laid out that, you know, for a single-family home, it's $156.
Yep.
In a condo, $243. Do you have some comparisons with other communities?
I
Yeah,
don't.
Well, good, because I do.
You set me up on that, didn't you?
You did. You did.
Don't you know Michael by now? You
So I just want to point out Hudson, with a split tax rate, went up $224 on the average tax bill. Natick went up $344. Now, of course, they keep a single rate.
Do we know what the rates are? 'Cause
Their rates are a little bit lower because their valuations are higher.
okay.
And then if you look outside Metro West, you know, Saugus went up $459. Tewksbury went up $360. So I was kind of surprised knowing,
Yeah.
seeing some of these
Sure.
coming out over the last month, how reasonable ours were.
I haven't done a comparison in a couple of years with the surrounding towns, but the last time I did it, I think we were the lowest. There was one other community, maybe a little bit lower than Ashland. So, I mean, you know, stacked against the surrounding communities, we were pretty good, and that was a couple of years ago, and I think it's only gotten a little bit better because
Well, just
our rates-
conceptually, yeah,
go
sorry,
ahead.
to interrupt. Just to ask a question, but if we raised our tax levy by the 2.5%, right? So shouldn't people on average, shouldn't their bill go up 2.5%? Isn't that?
No, the bills never go up, like your tax bill never goes up 2.5%. Well, occasionally it can go up 2.5% by coincidence. So 2.5 says that the levy, the total tax levy itself goes up 2.5%. And how that gets split up and addressed across the different properties is the process of assessing and valuation. In some cases, a single-family homes in general, like in this case, only go up 5%, whereas a condo would go up 6%. So
But
the
in
ratio,
But overall, our whole tax bill is going up 2.5%. So people who, are the reasons it wouldn't? I guess that's what I'm asking. So on the average, people would expect to see a 2.5. You could be different. You could have maybe your assessment went up or didn't go up as much as someone else's, so that would make a difference. But on the average, is it 2.5% or no?
No.
What affects that? That makes it not?
affects the valuation, so.
But also new growth.
The
though.
valuation,
that's another
that's-
one.
New growth, because you're
If
adding
there's the
in,
new growth.
you got the
yeah.
2.5 levy, and then you have new growth added onto that, so
That's,
that's was gonna
That's-
increase
that's
it.
the-
So what on average is over, let's say, the last 5 years? What has it actually averaged?
New growth?
No, not new growth, but that increase
increase on
year to year.
Oh, that would be good.
That would be a good thing to know.
to see.
that'd be interesting, yeah.
It's probably maybe in the 3.5% range, maybe.
in that range,
Right?
yep.
So that's why I think it can be confusing for, for a lot of residents to
Yeah.
try to understand Prop 2.5 for those reasons.
Yes.
Also, if you do improvements on your home, any
Yeah,
improvements
that gets
then
the
increase.
appraisal
Right.
part. because
But
that's-
that doesn't that only happens when they do the reassessment.
All right, is there anyone else that wants to speak in this public hearing as to our tax rates? Okay, hearing none. Any more questions for Rich?
No?
Do we vote after I close the public hearing? That's okay.
Yes.
All right, I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in
Second.
favor of, motion's been made in second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Hearing is closed for nothing. Okay, thanks, Rich. So,
I
Michael?
move that we accept the
Sign
Board of
the LA
Assessors' recommendations for a single tax rate for the fiscal year 2019 of $16.28 per thousand.
a second for that?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for a single tax rate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Motion carries. All right, thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
Rich,
get you
for
to
staying.
sign this
Thanks for all your
tonight.
work,
Tomorrow.
guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yep.
Thanks,
Thank
Rich.
you.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Rich.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is the Ashland Public Library named meeting room in honor of Robert E. Schiske. And I think we have Paula's here and Bonnie. She's,
It's up to you. I brought a prop, so I'll just lay it right here. And I don't know if in your packets you got a
think we
copy
got it,
of
didn't
the
we?
letter.
I don't think we got it in our latest rendition, so you may want to
Okay, I brought a few copies,
review
This
that.
the actual request, trustees. So, back in 2002, as part of the renovation and expansion and project, a fundraising committee was formed to help raise funds for furniture and other items that might not be included in the construction budget. And this committee, I was not a part of the committee, and actually, a lot of the members, several of them are no longer with us, and others have moved out of town. But they were very successful. They solicited donations from individuals, businesses, and they developed, I pulled this out of the building committee documents that we have. They developed this donor recognition schedule. And we actually had this in our lobby for a number of years. But it went from everywhere to naming opportunities for rooms, down to you could buy one of our wooden chairs and have a plaque put on the back of it. So in 2014, we learned that the Ashland Public Library was named in Robert Sheshke's will. And to date, we've received $45,000. $5,000 was from a life insurance policy that he named us as the beneficiary. And then we've had two $20,000 checks from the distribution from the settlement of the estate. And so the trustees and I discussed it, and we realized that his donations had reached the threshold to name the large meeting room, which was $35,000. And so in honor of his generosity, at their August 21st meeting, the board voted to name the large meeting room the Robert E. Sheshke Meeting Room. And at that point, we then, CAB presented a letter to the town asking for permission from the selectmen to.
Can you give us some history
Yeah.
about Mr.
Yeah.
Shesky? 'Cause
A
some of
little
us
bit.
don't know him.
He was a lifelong Ashland resident. Actually, his mother Alice worked at the library, and even, I was just showing Bonnie before we came, Bob used to come into the library almost daily once he retired, so I did get to know him a little bit. And then one day he told me the story that his mother worked at the library, and he actually came in one day with a paper that she wrote for an introduction to library science class back in the 60s. And it was a survey of library services prior to the renovation, which was back in the 60s when they added the Lucy Stone, the Stone Room. And the interesting thing is, we chuckled about it because he said she only got an A- on it. So, but I read it, and it's very interesting. It lists all of the employees at the time. And then when I went to give it back to him, he said, "Why don't you just keep it in the library archive?" So I actually was able to dig that out. I think that he, other than what I saw in the obituary and just kind of our day-to-day chatting, I knew he had some health issues, and we kind of got to know him a little bit because, we still operate very much as a small library and get to know our patrons. But we actually, when I got the first notification from MetLife, it looked like a piece of junk mail, and I almost threw it away. I tore it open and looked, and it said, "We wish to express our condolences on the death of Robert Sheshke," and realized that we were getting $5,000, which I was thrilled. And then just learned later on that we were actually named in his will as well. So, yeah, I, as a matter of fact, I notified all of the staff who had gotten to know him over the years, and everybody was shocked. I mean, he was, a very unassuming person. I never would have imagined this kind of money.
Is there still
coming.
any family in town? or
Not that
we
I
can-
believe he was an only child, and I wasn't aware of any family just in my personal dealings with him, or professional dealings actually, other than maybe some cousins. So, and we've actually already put the money to use the AV equipment that is in the meeting room. We used his money to buy, and we bought a couple of databases with the money. So it's been nice to add things that would fall outside of our regular operating budget.
Any comments, questions?
Yeah, question, Paul, is there, do you intend to put a plaque up? What's your
Yes, I
plan?
think the space is kind of tight around there because the exhibit area, it's right near where the exhibit area is. And I think we're gonna have to sort of figure out whether we want to put something over the door because we don't even really have a lot there. Generally, what we were doing was putting plaques, and there is a spot kind of to the right of the double doors where we don't generally hang pictures when we have an exhibit going on. So we may do something there, I don't think. And that would actually be following the rest of the naming that we did, which
Yeah.
was, if you walk around the library, you'll see lots of names, lots of plaques. You see all of our benches, the granite benches outside. All of those were naming opportunities at the time.
Yeah, very good.
Well, Okay.
I have one
Yes,
last
go ahead.
question.
Okay.
I know the project's been done for a while, but are you still accepting donations if someone currently would like to donate to the library and?
I think,
out?
yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, we don't have an active fundraising committee right now,
Right.
but I think a lot of the donations that come to us generally come to the Friends of the Library because of their nonprofit
Right.
status.
Right, okay.
So, but certainly, yes, I say that with a smile, we would accept
Great.
Accept
donations.
donations.
You know, we still, most of the stuff was sold, you can see, you know, some of it happened after the building opened, like some of the benches. I think, you know, people thought about it, but then when they actually came in and saw other, you know, sometimes that drives people to donate. And so some of the things, like I know, the teak benches in the foyer, those sold afterwards. But it's probably, I would say, I mean, we've been in the building now 13 years going,
Renovating.
actually, yeah, I mean, we're into our 14th year now, so,
Of the renovation?
yeah.
It's been that long already?
Yeah,
Yeah, we moved in 2005, yeah, so,
This is almost paid off.
that's something.
yep,
Yeah, that's right, it's almost paid off.
All right, well,
so,
thanks, Paul. This is, and thanks to Mr. Shesky. That's an
Mhm.
important community room, a
Mhm.
large meeting room, and it's a
Right.
fitting memorial.
We have to make a motion.
Yes.
to
Yes,
accept
we
the
do
donation.
need a motion.
Okay.
So do I have a motion?
I move that we accept the recommendation by the Library Board of Trustees to name the large meeting room, the Mr.
Sheshki,
Shesky Meeting Room.
Robert E.
yeah,
It's Robert E., right?
Robert E., yeah, Robert Earl, yeah.
Robert E. Shesky Meeting Room.
All right, Second?
Second.
All those
Oh,
in
I'm
favor?
sorry.
You got it.
No.
You got it first.
All right.
Right there, sorry.
We'll move on. All
Full
those in
precedent,
favor,
sorry.
say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Okay,
Very
motion
good.
carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Paula.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie, for your efforts
so
and
much.
continuing
Thank
to
you.
recognize
To the
them.
trustees.
Great.
And I just want to say congratulations to all of you for your success at town meeting the other night.
Oh, thank
And I
you.
wish you successful building projects.
Okay, thanks. All right. The next item is not on the latest agenda, where it's kind of, we had talked previously about asking the chair of the Conservation Commission to come in here to talk about their request for the Warren, for the barn in Warren Woods on the envelope to be part of the custody of the Conservation Commission. So, given that Gene's limited availability, we thought we'd bring him in tonight and talk to him about that. So, Gene, do you want to just come up to the microphone? And the question, as I recall, is the request, we're following up on the request from the Conservation Commission to have us transfer
Right.
care and custody of that envelope around the old storage barn at Warren Woods to the care and custody of the Conservation Commission. So if you just want to address that question?
Yeah, we've talked about this a bunch. Obviously, it's, the rest of the property, the 100 and, I think it's 17 acres, is already under the commission's care and custody, and the conservation restriction that we have on the property. This 1 acre parcel was set aside, and we just thought that it would make a lot of sense just to consolidate the property and bring it all under the commission's control. We are using the barn to store equipment in it that's used to maintain the property, to do the mowing and so forth out there. And it just kind of makes sense that the property in its entirety get transferred to the commission. It's not that we had any specific plans to develop it or do anything with it. Obviously, we would, it would just become part of the conservation land that the rest of the property is preserved as.
Well, are there any particular concerns about it remaining in custody of the Board of Selectmen?
Well, the only thing is, I mean, I don't know what the board has in mind. If you had some sort of ideas in mind of how to use it. It would potential, I mean, one concern I would have is that if something got brought onto the property or got used in a way that was inconsistent with the rest of the property, I would.
Questions?
So just a little, you know, I'm not telling you something you don't already know, but the background of it at the time,
Right.
the reason why we created the envelope was, at that time, we had the potential of some movement of,
Right.
of building.
Mhm.
Now, that may have changed over time, and, you know, given where we are now with our portfolio of properties and buildings and so on, you know, I'm certainly supportive, I was supportive of this when it was first raised, of doing this transfer, but I do have you know, something that I thought about today that could be, you know, a wrinkle in this process, and that's the conservation restriction that we have, which specifies the envelope. It's built into that conservation
Right.
restriction. So my question is, and I think it's probably more a legal question, I think we need to clarify it with town council, is how is that impacted? How is that conservation restriction impacted if we make a change in that care and custody part of it?
Well, technically, it probably doesn't change if we didn't want to change it, but the CR can be revised to incorporate the additional acre of land. You know, there's no issue no problem with that. It would just have to go through the review process, go back to DCS. It would basically, the CR document itself probably wouldn't change. It would be the reference to the parcel
Right,
plan
right.
that would then take that, you know, exception out.
Yeah, so my only, and again, I'm supportive of making this change, but I do think at this point we should get some clarity from town council. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think it's gonna be an issue, but,
Yeah.
that,
I don't think so either,
Yeah.
and you know, I hope it's not a major issue, but I think we should get some clarity.
sure.
Okay. Other folks?
I just have one quick question, with respect to that. The property currently now is used as a parking lot for people who come visit, Warren Woods. Is that gonna remain the same, activity that people will be allowed to park there? Or, I just need to know, because that's under our purview to do that, to allow that. Is that same, admission is gonna be the same, will the people be able to park there?
Oh, yeah,
Can't allow
absolutely. I mean, it's important for us in managing the property for conservation and passive recreation purposes, that people have a way to get to it
Right,
and a place to park and, you know, as a jumping off point so that they can then, you know, use the trails and enjoy the property. It just stands to reason that we're gonna need a place for, you know, people to be able to, you know, enter the property, park their car, and then be able to go off. So, yeah, we'd absolutely have to maintain some sort of access like that.
like other people have said in the past, board members change over the years, and who knows what, you know, what may happen with respect to Concom, with respect to the board, and what uses may be looked at down the road. So if there's something that can be put in writing that will remain as is with respect to, you know,
Right.
the availability to use it as a, you know, a natural parking lot, so people have the ability to use that would be great, because who knows what's gonna happen in years to come. Again, as I say, with members changing on the board.
No, that's a really good point, and, we could probably actually include, and this gets back into the document now, we could probably include some language in the document that preserves that as an access point and
Okay.
parking location.
Because I don't believe there's anything right now, that's the only thing that concerns me a little bit with respect to.
Maintain accessibility.
Yeah,
Right.
in some
yeah, I
ways.
think that's
a good
important,
point.
obviously.
Okay,
That's a
Thanks,
good
Gene.
point. Yolanda?
So first of all, thank you for coming this evening. I did not realize you were gonna be here tonight. That was not notified beforehand.
Right.
That would have been good to
Kinda
know.
last
Yeah, I
minute.
apologize for the
Um,
last-minute agenda change.
And I'll admit, I was the one who sort of pushed to say, you know, if conservation wants to have this discussion, I think it's important to have this discussion in public.
Yep.
Rather than one member bringing it forward, and so thank you for being here as the chair of the Conservation Commission. I think people publicly know that I've always been a little hesitant about making this change. I think, you know, some of it to Joe's point, as the keeping a certain parcel under the care and custody of the Board of Selectmen allowed for some of the flexibility. It allowed for a little bit of change of that use, should it be necessary. I do have a concern that by changing it all to the Conservation Commission and then updating the CR, that it will always just stay a parking lot and the shed. You know, to what Steve alluded to, yes, when we originally did it, we thought maybe we'd bring the barn over or something like that. I still have a little concern that we lose some flexibility. Now, I'm not looking to make any changes necessarily, but there's still discussion that needs to be happening for the whole Warren area. We have the Warren Woods, we have 22 Elliott Street, we have the barn, we have the other house, and there's been discussion about what we want to do with that whole area. And I guess my one concern is by taking this 1 acre parcel and putting it under the care and custody just of the Conservation Commission, and should the CR then protect all of that, will that exclude us from possibly putting another small building there that would help create a sense of a true Warren district? And that's my one concern, that has that been thought through by making this change? Even though it's, you know, the conversation is, well, it's a 1 acre parcel, the Conservation Commission is taking care of it anyway, and we certainly thank everybody on the Conservation Commission for the work that they've done. I mean, and that's part of why you're the conservation, and certainly the whole stewardship committee that
Right.
takes care of the Warren Woods. I mean, as with anything here in town, if someone is truly passionate about it, that's what they're gonna work on. So again, that's just my concern about taking this
Okay.
1 acre parcel, saying, okay, it's now all under the Conservation Commission. Do we then lose that flexibility to make the whole area something a little bit more? And I don't know that that full conversation has happened, similar to when we first got on the board, or when I first got on the board, and all of a sudden, the front parcel was all of a sudden said, okay, we're now gonna give all that to the conservation, and we're just leaving the 1 acre parcel. I felt that some of that conversation to make that happen, happened not necessarily in public.
Okay.
And I'm not blaming you, I'm just putting it out there. So I'm feeling like this 1 acre, I feel like there still hasn't been a discussion as to what's gonna happen with that 1 acre once the Conservation Commission gets it. To Joe's point, yes, we're now gonna make sure we keep the parking lot and keep access, but I still think there's a bigger picture about everything that's going on in that district.
Thanks for those I think we've asked the Sustainability Committee to take care of that whole parcel, and I think, I certainly favor just moving this last piece of it, and, if we need to review the CR as to potential uses and incorporate things, I think I'd be in support of that. I don't, given the suggestions for legal review and possible changes to CR, I don't think we should vote on anything tonight, but I think we should put this on the agenda for either our next scheduled meeting, probably in January, and we can hash out any issues left at that time, but hopefully we can we can address these issues with the CR and see what the sense of the board is. I understand your point. I think we've talked about this for a while, and we should move ahead with having the Concom and the stewardship work on it as a unitary whole. But Gene, do you have anything else you want to add in connection with this? Or?
No, I will also go back and look at the language in the CR and see whether or not there are allowed uses and prohibited uses within there. And to see whether or not, to your point, whether there's the kinds of things that you might be thinking of would be in the prohibited uses side or not, you know, or maybe even in the allowed uses. I don't know
Yeah.
exactly, you know, what it all says, but there may be enough flexibility in the document, and we could build flexibility into it as well
Right.
to, you know, allow, the kinds of activities and uses and, you know.
And
things
it
that-
may be as simple as maintaining the language exactly as it is.
Right.
But have Concom be under the care and custody. So
Right.
we would still accomplish, in essence, what we created back with the original CR.
Right,
So,
right.
and that, you know, I'm not speaking, I can't speak for Concom whether that would be acceptable, but that could be an option here when we pursue the clarity part.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think when council looks at it, and we'll look at it as well, when we reconvene, we can maybe
Sure.
talk more about that issue, sure.
And if you guys have any written response as a committee you want to send us or thoughts on this discussion,
Okay.
that'd be helpful to
Or
guide
if
our.
you're gonna be talking about it at one of your meetings, you know, if you could just shoot me, say we're discussing it at our meeting, I'd love to stop by and hear what you're saying
Okay.
a
and
good
give
idea,
some
sure.
citizen input.
Yeah, I just actually had a conversation with Megan tonight on the way here. We're actually going to cancel our next meeting because we have no agenda items.
Okay,
That's a,
So-
big-
That
that's a
could be
good thing.
good sometimes, yeah.
yeah, yes,
That
and no.
works sometimes, sure.
So the next meeting would be, I guess, the second Monday in January
January.
now.
So we'll put this probably on our late January meeting for
After you guys.
revisit, yeah.
After
Yeah,
the meeting,
that
yeah.
makes sense.
So I just want to be clear, the information that I'm getting. So
Sure.
I've got a copy of the conservation restriction, which has under number 11, permitted activities within the building envelope. And so it lists all of those activities, things that are allowed. You're asking what changes, does any of that change with the
Yeah, what's the,
transfer?
any implications, yeah.
I mean, I think it's fairly simple, so.
Okay.
For the example, the construction, use, maintenance, repair, replacement of structures, okay? So under the current setup, if a proposal is made, the Board of Selectmen would be the ones who would define whether or not it met this criteria, and whether or not you wanted to allow and accept that. I think the proposal is to have Concom be in that position.
Well, that's.
I just want
Yeah.
to
Sure.
make sure
No, I
that
think
that's
that
the
sounds-
information that
That
I'm
was
clarifying.
what my last statement might just be, you know, maintaining everything as is, but allowing.
We can just get
Right.
clarity
Right.
on that.
But I think we also have under there, if not mistaken, above-ground
Yes.
raised bed community gardening
You
as
do.
part
Right.
of that, right?
You do.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
Yeah,
right.
I believe that's correct, that's in there,
yeah.
yeah.
And, all right, so I think, so we'll, late January, and Yolanda will maybe meet with the Concom and discuss it with them, and we'll reconvene at that time to take action on this.
You, when you say late, you mean our second meeting in January?
Probably our second meeting.
After your meeting.
Third week in,
Oh, okay,
So I guess if we could know when you're gonna be discussing it at one of your meetings.
sure,
And then we could put it on our meeting after that.
okay.
yeah,
Yep.
I'm assuming you're gonna meet between now and the third week in January, but you may not.
We would,
Okay.
yes. We typically meet the second and fourth
Yeah.
Mondays, so it would be that first
That's-
meeting
that's-
in
okay, in January.
2019, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, great.
Thanks, Gene.
thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Gene.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, same to you.
All right. Okay, the next is the consent agenda.
Susan's gonna put it on screen here for
okay.
us.
It's a short one today.
Does anyone want to talk about anything in the
I wanna
No.
move to
No.
Move to accept.
accept as presented.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Let's get it on
Let's get
screen
it on the
first.
screen
Oh, yeah.
first.
And we'll wait until it gets, yeah, I don't actually remember asking for a motion, so,
Yeah, we're ahead of you, Rob.
oh, well.
Okay, here. All right, it's on the
Take it.
screen.
No, it's not. Well, thank you for all.
So I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, thank you. All right, old new business.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, discuss potential for special town meeting for rail transit district.
You seem
Sure, go ahead.
surprised, Rob.
Well, no, not surprised, I was just, that we're, okay.
It's the wording we already.
That we're
passed.
already
the
there,
potential.
that we're there. Yes, so those of you that were a part of town meeting or attended town meeting or watched town meeting, we talked about really a new vision for the rail transit district. And part of that included the transition or the change from what's currently permitted there to what's currently zoned there, which are a townhome, age-restricted townhomes, 55 plus, across the whole 38 acres on Lot 2 to something more in line with smart growth principles. So we would be looking at a denser, smaller footprint development, something along the lines of 150 to 180 units as opposed to the 212 that's currently allowed. And again, on a smaller footprint. So that's going to require a zoning change. There is a developer who is interested in doing this project, similar in line with what we were, kind of the vision that we were talking about. But they, as you can imagine, economics, they have to work through all of that. So they would like to get this done as soon as possible. So we would be looking at doing a special town meeting for this zoning change in February, as of right now. So we would be looking at the date of February 13th. Again, we would be looking at zoning changes related to Lot 2 of the RTD and any ripple effects that might have and any changes that might need to be made for that. As such, the planning board will need to hold a hearing, which I believe is going to be in December or January. In January, about that. So that's when the planning board will hold their official hearing. Certainly, we need to use the days and weeks ahead of us to start socializing this a little bit more and at least the concept of it. Of course, as we're working out the devil's in the details, so a lot of this stuff will have to work out. But
Okay.
yeah, that's what we would be looking into.
And that would be the only,
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
So in regards to the timing of the 13th, when would, we always have to go back a certain number of days to close the warrant, post the warrant, and all that?
January 30th, we would have to post it.
Yeah, to post it. January
Post
30th is
no
the
later than
latest that we could
January
post it.
30th.
So
Okay.
I would anticipate asking the board to open and close it probably the same night, the
Okay.
first or second meeting in January. If it's the first meeting, you don't necessarily have to post it until the second meeting. If it's the second meeting, you'll have to close and post.
So we may want to look at 3 meetings in January because the last one is the 30th. Okay.
Okay. Do you anticipate just a single issue for this town meeting, or do you anticipate anything?
You could always put fingerprinting back on,
Okay,
so.
Well, I think if we can do the research to make that a little more straightforward and
And explain
and
it, yeah,
explainable
yeah.
to this public, because I think we thought it was going to be a very straightforward thing, the fingerprinting, and it brought up more questions than I think we had answers to, so.
right.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
it
Very
might
true.
make sense to do it at that meeting because we do have people in town who want to be able to be doing business in the summer
Mhm.
and not wait until the springtime
Spring.
meeting.
And, I just want to preface it, I know it feels somewhat rushed, even though we've been talking about it as part of the whole plan for the rail transit district, this can seem a little bit rushed. I think the alternative is that we, basically have to revert back to the existing plan, which is the townhome development on the 20 to 24 acres. And it doesn't accomplish, the goals that we want from an affordable housing perspective, a 40B and planning protection perspective, and then also, I think, an aesthetic perspective for the neighborhood.
so why rush it then if it means we have to go back to the original?
No, that's what I'm saying, is if we can't get it done in this time frame, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay.
The
I'm sorry, I
developer will use
misunderstood
the
you. Gotcha.
original
Gotcha,
plans.
okay,
Yeah.
yep, no.
Yeah, so that's
All right.
what, that's the trade-off.
Right.
Green grab, okay.
So I think that leads us into potential development agreement. for
Apologize,
rail
but I won't be
transit,
here.
which is
Um,
part of the
Yes.
reason for this, so.
So, running concurrently with this is we need to work out a process of putting together a development agreement with a developer. And this would be something that would be between, similar to the Campanelli and Thorndike agreement, it would be between the Board of Selectmen and the developer. This is going to be the opportunity where you can basically require the amount of affordable units. Of course, we would like to put something that's consistent with the P&S that says we would like to have 25% of the units such that all 100% can be counted for our affordable housing inventory. The other thing that we've talked about is the fact that affordable at 80% AMI is not really affordable for today's income ranges. And so there has been the expression of interest of doing a few units at the 30 and 50% level. And so recognizing that that would be a concession on the part of the developer, we might look at integrating some things in the development agreement that would incentivize that. He doesn't have to do that right now. The developer doesn't have to do that. We would want to look at incentivizing that. Similarly, while we will be getting at least 20 to 24 acres of land, I think we should look at the potential of, if there's more land that's given back, if we could do some kind of credit to that. And then, for whatever reason, if they need to only gift us 19 acres, because, and it's just a better development that way, have some sort of penalty attached as well. I hate to use the term penalty, but, and we can attach that to the planning fees, the development, building permit fees, et cetera.
Fees toward building the trail.
Fees towards building the trail, there's, all kinds of
Can
mitigation.
get very
that-
creative.
Yeah.
And if they're willing to work with us, I think we should look at that.
Good.
One thing I do want to say that's going to be interesting is, if you remember in the original one, the development agreement with Campanelli, actually it was with Mr. Gaynor. There's that $75,000 per year road payment that was just kind of left there, and we didn't really have a rationale how that was going to be broken up and divided and everything. It'll be interesting how we address that and capture that in this development agreement vis-a-vis some of the things that we're planning to do, and then Campanelli Thorndike's development as well.
Right. Okay, good.
Okay.
And just for those that are watching as well, I mean, this is a 62-year-old and above
62 and over.
unit.
It's age restricted to
Right.
62 plus. So, and, yeah, so that's.
Sometimes that scares people off.
Okay.
No kids. No kids in the development.
All right, thank you, Michael. All right, so the next one is to discuss and create a land use and development liaison committee, and this came up in discussion before, and I think, and this was, I think, started with Steve's suggestion. Who was presenting on this one? Is that-
Well, I can start it. Yes, it's been something, I've been probably a couple years that's been kind of discussed on and off, but, I think we've all recognize the value of communication and not acting in silos as different boards and committees, particularly when it comes to land use and development, because it's probably the single biggest issue that we deal with on a regular basis. And, how do we balance out growth with our ability to maintain programs and services? So that, all that being said, the proposal is to create an entity for essentially communication purposes. And it's an opportunity to get all relevant boards and committees into the room at a single time. Nothing onerous. We're talking about a twice-a-year meeting whereby the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, any entity that's involved in land use and development have an opportunity to break bread, so to speak, and review what's going on. And as a secondary part of this, regarding specific projects, we would have boards and committees that would be directly involved in that process. So we'll use the development agreement for this Lot 2 area. So the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, possibly the
You're gonna
Community Preservation Committee. I mean, it could be, but specific to that project. So it doesn't have to be the big tent, but a small tent that would then review, and again, be able to go back to their respective boards and committees and you know, have the ability to have this feedback network. So what's in our packet tonight, I would, this is my opinions, I think there should be, it should be modified. I think from, at least from the Board of Selectmen, we should have 2 members on the board. And then I think at the section at the bottom that speaks to the smaller groups, it should be appropriate boards as required, not just Board of Selectmen and Planning Board. So I think that should be modified. So those are kind of my 2 thoughts about this. I think it's long overdue, and I think we have an opportunity to really get it started right now because of the development agreement that we're going to be working on.
I just have a quick question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
A few years back, we had Campanelli and Thorndike at our direction. They came up with a model plan to devise a project.
Fiscal impact.
Fiscal
study.
impacts,
Yep.
right. Is that something that could be utilized with this type of a
Absolutely.
project?
Absolutely,
Right?
yeah.
So, I mean, I don't see that as part of that, but maybe we should write it in there so we don't forget about it.
But it might be this group that requests that and then uses that information to go back to their boards.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Well, technically, we're required to do it, or we're supposed to be doing
Right,
it
we're
for
supposed to
every
be doing it,
project.
right, so we will be doing it for this, we should be
Yeah.
doing it for this
Yeah.
project.
All right, Yolanda?
I just have a couple of suggestions. I think this is a great idea. I think to Steve's point, it's something that's long overdue. One of the things we found with some of our projects is each group is sort of working in a silo, so we need to bring different voices together. As I've thought about this, though, one of the things I think that we deal with sometimes is that you have volunteers, and as you know, people who are volunteers do a lot. They don't just do one thing. But I think to really make this a unique conversation, I would like to add language that says each member selected would be unique and only be a member of one board. Should someone be a member of 2 boards, they are not permitted to be appointed. And where I think that's important is I think about like Joe. Joe is a selectman and he's also on the Affordable Housing Trust. And if he were to represent the Affordable Housing Trust and the Board of Selectmen, we then reduce the number of voices and people involved. Had Carl still been sitting here as a member, and he was representing the Conservation Commission and the Board of Selectmen, it reduces the number of voices involved. So I would recommend that it be someone who is only on one board that is listed here, not someone that is sitting and could potentially be representing 2 boards, just so that we have a broader language, a broader voice, and more people involved.
Just to, who put this together, Michael? Did you do this, or?
Susan, I think you actually, we
good.
kind of jotted some things in the back
Yeah,
of it.
that's right.
We
Thanks,
brought
Susan.
this up after we talked, I
Oh,
think,
good.
at our
Right.
agenda
Right.
meeting
We-
last
we
week.
spoke
Just
Yeah.
a start.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Very good.
No, and I think
Okay,
it's a great start, and it's a great conversation
Yeah.
starter.
Okay. So we have some, yeah, I think we talked about having 2 members. I'm presuming we have 2 people who are going to be willing to serve on this? What?
Could I make a pitch for one?
Okay,
Just-
go
I
ahead.
ju- I just, I'm going to recommend that, you know, one member actually be part of one member from each committee be part of this group. Only because it gives you a little more nimbleness in terms of meeting and things
Oh,
of
right,
of
'cause if
that.
there's 2
stuff.
selectmen, they have to post as a subcommittee.
Yeah, so I think, you know, the foil to that is that if somebody can't make it, you have kind of an alternate that's added to that. So I just advocated against myself.
Do we really think
I
they're only gonna meet twice a year? Really? Is that?
Well, I
I'm
think,
wondering if it might be a quarterly thing.
well, I think we've got to look at, because there is going to be staff associated with this. So I think the point was to have a semi-annual meeting to talk about big picture general direction. And similar to Yolanda, the one that we had a few years ago, that was very, very productive. It was,
Yeah.
I believe,
There was a
Nat
lot
and
of
Selby put that together. And the
Yep.
intent was to have that on
on an annual
on a
basis.
semi-annual
Yeah.
or annual basis.
But that strikes me as more of a strategic planning process.
No, the one that we had with Matt and Selby was, was just, we had a number of people from each committee, and it,
It was kind of coordination and.
yeah, it was
thinking.
really
What's
just a
going
conversation
on?
about what's going on.
Tech review.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want it to
No,
take
it's
the
not
place of
tech
a.
review.
No, no,
But
it's-
But
It's-
it's,
it's
but it
light.
was basically a discussion, what is going on, what do you see coming forward, what are you working on?
Okay,
And just keeping everybody up to date. We just formalize it,
sure.
and we let the planning department lead it. So I think this is good to formalize it, and move forward from there.
And I think you have meetings as needed. I don't
Right.
think you necessarily need to establish it as a quarterly meeting. I mean, sometimes, as Jean indicated, they're not having a meeting because there's nothing to have on their agenda. So, you do it as needed. But I would suggest that
A
at
minimum,
minimum, twice a year.
So, in terms of process, we've had some suggestions here about changing this. How do we implement this? Should we
Well,
ask?
where this was just handed to us and
Yeah,
and gone
right.
over, I would like to suggest that at our next selectmen retreat, we
yeah.
sit down and really hash this out and get it detailed enough so that way we feel comfortable with it.
I guess, does it need to wait for our retreat to hash out? Or
Well-
what do people think?
Again, I'll just make a recommendation, because the other boards that would be involved with part of the larger group or
Need
the
to look
smaller
at
group
this,
would
yeah.
need to appoint people. And I think planning board and ZBA already have this on their agenda pending,
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah, I think we should move forward with this right now. I mean, I think we
I'm not
can.
ready to do that, but if that's what you want to do,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I just, the only reason I say that, Joe, is because we have an opportunity to implement this with the development agreement and kind of get, get the communication loop going, that's all. That's why I say,
Well,
I mean,
could we move forward what we have here? Ask Susan to update with the language that I give, and I have it written if you wanna get it.
Yep.
Give that to the other committees, and then we can finalize it at either at our next meeting or at the retreat. Is that comfortable? So we can say we're moving forward with this.
Right, yeah.
We're gonna just tweak it and then finalize it,
I would
the
say,
language?
rather than wait for the retreat, let's do it at our next meeting.
or at our
That
next
works.
meeting. That works too.
Or if that's for, and are people appoint one member rather than two? Is that,
That makes sense, because you're right, if you have two, then it becomes a subcommittee and you have to post it.
And I would just say have an alternate, you
one
know,
member with an
so
alternate?
that we know if the main person who has decided to do it can't be there, then there's an alternate.
Right.
Fair enough.
And then I think, Steve, you had also talked about some language appropriate,
Yeah.
as required.
Just the
Yeah.
appropriate boards as required.
required by
which
the
I think
project
is a
being
good-
presented.
Give us that
Yeah.
flexibility. All right, so does does that give you something to go ahead with?
Well, I just
Sure.
want to be clear, so we're gonna
Yep.
revise this for the larger group. In terms of the smaller group, specifically, I'm talking about the UGC development agreement.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead and appoint one or two, because a smaller group, you might, well, I would still recommend one, from the planning board and the board of selectmen, but just because we are a little bit compressed for time, if you wanted to appoint somebody tonight, and then that way we can go ahead and get working on it. I just don't want to be in a situation where you get a development agreement and the first time all of you have seen it is when you have to sign it. That's just my
And
concern.
what's the mechanism for feedback from the member attending and communicating? Because usually we wait
But
till meetings.
don't you typically forward us information as it's being presented, and then we give you feedback, and then you,
As long as it complies within the open meeting law.
right,
There's a lot of things that we can't do with that point.
Yeah.
This might be one of those situations where the select board member that is part of the, working on the development agreement, that might be something that's more privy to executive session, coming
Okay.
back and having an executive session
Okay.
about if it's land purchase and value of real estate.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, why don't we consider doing, at least for this development agreement, rather than you know, since we're refining this and we've agreed that we'll review it at our next meeting, why don't we consider for this development agreement discussion, appoint 2 members as a subcommittee? We can post it, have planning board do their thing, and then we can get together, report back that way. And then, you know, we're not jump-starting this at this point, so.
I mean, I think
That makes sense.
that sounds reasonable to me. I would
Especially
just
for this
caution people that you still need to communicate with the full board. and-
Absolutely,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Keep us
this is
updated.
just, it's not, this is not policy
Right, okay.
creating. This is really communication and, so.
Joe, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree as long as it's not policy making. It's not policy making, but there could be decisions that need to be made and, you know, the full board needs to be
Abs-
privy to
that
that.
without
we need to
question.
make
that's-
sure that
yeah.
we're
Right.
Yeah,
sure of
without
that.
question.
Because, I mean, I can see some pitfalls with respect to that.
Right.
Oh, I thought, no,
No,
you
you
didn't
can't
think.
be
You just-
making, none of us can be making
Decisions.
decisions on
Decisions,
behalf
right.
of the board. We, you know.
Alright.
this-
That's the only
that's-
concern
that's
that I would
clear,
have is the
yeah.
pitfall.
So I think we have a little side motion here about the UGC, I don't know, what do you call it, a working committee? or-
Working group.
Yeah.
Working group, and so I'm gonna see, so you're asking for 2 members, is that right?
I think 2 would.
For
So
this
do we have
petition.
2 here that wanna raise their
Yeah.
hand?
Right here.
Steve and Yolanda,
I'd be
okay?
interested, yeah.
Anybody
Unless-
else?
Unless someone else would know, okay.
All right, so
I
I have
think
a
it was pretty
motion
well-
on this?
Already discussed.
Can I get a motion on this then?
I can appoint myself. I move that Steve Mitchell and Yolanda Greaves be appointed to the UGC working group to discuss the development agreement.
Have a second?
And I can second.
I guess you can. All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And okay, so motion carries
Yeah,
4-0.
and, you know,
guys
just
are
to
appointed.
reiterate, you know, that it is, you know, there's no policy
No
decision-making
decisions-making, no.
powers that have been given to this committee. It's just
You guys
purely.
will update us at our
Yeah,
next meeting, and, okay, about the issues, great.
Susan, do you want my
No.
comments
But you
on
guys
this
will be
that I
sitting
wrote out,
down
or
with
did you get them when I said
UGC,
them?
and there will be discussions. So I just hope UGC doesn't
It's okay, I'm good.
misconstrue that whatever's discussed is something that's gonna turn into, you know,
Reality.
reality without a vote taken.
I
So
think
they
there's
need to
also, people
understand
can send out information to the whole board as long as it's
No discussion.
that.
informal,
Oh, there's
you're
no
right.
discussion, no, I
Yeah, so-
understand that, but I'm just saying how,
Right.
you know,
No,
I
I'm
don't
saying
want
that's
UGC to
important.
get the
thing to
wrong,
do.
get the
Right.
wrong impression that, oh, well, we already sat down with the selectmen and,
Sure.
you know,
Gotcha.
I
Well,
don't know
no.
that it'll be
Well,
right, I don't know
I
that
think
it'll
the
be.
ground, all that upfront and be understood at the very beginning, right?
yeah, that definitely needs to be done.
Yes.
I think any discussion, at least I've had with a developer or a landowner or something to that effect, they've all, and I'm in a little bit different situation, has been, you know, they understand that a board vote or a town meeting vote or something like that is usually
Necessary.
the
Sure.
necessary step. Does that make sense?
Usually.
Usually.
So are we, so in terms of the land use and development liaison committee,
Yeah.
Susan, you've got notes, you need to kind of
I was going,
move on to refine this for our either next meeting or when we deal with this next? And we're
You
ready?
read my
Okay.
handwriting?
Yep.
Okay,
All
good.
right, so is there anything else we need to say about that?
Did I say something about that?
Sure, Mark, come up here. He's our only spectator.
It's all, Mark Sony first.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
It's, all sounds good now, but it sounds like, it might be a power play sort of thing against developers. That's my thinking, first place. Having 2 selectmen there and 1 each board, seems like it's gotta be any votes taken, it's gonna be, might taken the wrong way sometimes.
Well, there's
I
not
think
gonna
we
be
said
votes
one,
generally,
And I
right,
think we said 1 selectman for the liaison.
Okay.
in general,
So this gives me a quick reminder of the discussions of 128. It sounds like it might be a work maybe together with. So I'm gonna just say right out, be careful, don't bite off too much, and let the developer have good formulated plans to work with.
All right, thanks, Mark. Okay, are people ready for the annual license renewal list?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna depend on
You're gonna agree.
I'm a year.
I am,
I am
you. Okay.
voted for beer.
I will,
Susan ready.
oh, yeah.
How quick
So
can we do them?
we have all these lists, and so who wants to take the lead on this one?
All right,
Susan?
before we get started, though,
Okay,
I want to pull off one from the just general listing and treat it separately, and the one, this is the Class 2, so I want to pull off Mendez Inc., DBA JC Auto Sales on Pond Street. I'm going to pull that off and treat that separately. And I can, once we get there, I can explain.
all righty. Which list is that?
That's on the Class 2 licenses.
And then do we also want to do the same with Fusion? Or, no, we're gonna do it we're gonna do that differently, okay.
What was that again, Steve? Which one was it again?
It was JC
two.
Auto Sales at 15 Pond Street. It's on the Class 2, Joe.
Yeah, I'm looking at
There's,
class
it's,
two.
it's this one, it's the horizontal spreadsheet, came out this way.
Oh,
Got it.
mine's
Oh,
not.
no, it's also on
listed
the,
on the other list. That one is only
Mendez,
Oh, I get it
Mendez,
here.
it is, yes, I see it, it's
Okay.
there, yeah, okay. got it. That's the list with the,
and then, just real quick on the lodging, why is Warren Conference Center not here? They've been here in the past, haven't they?
They don't have a lodging, that lodging is a rooming house.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so how do we go at this here?
just go right through the
Go right through
list
the
and
list.
take
So I have
turns
the
reading.
first list is
Take
the
turns.
all alcohol restaurant.
And we have to read the name, just the name, correct? Or the location? We've done them
You
both
can
ways.
move the list, I mean, this is your thing, that
Let's
all of
move
that
the list.
information is going to
move the
be in the
list.
packet.
Oh.
So if you wanna move it by topic, you
Oh,
certainly
all
can,
right.
and then I can
Yes.
list it in the minutes.
So let's look at the all alcohol
Times we've
restaurant.
had to read them all.
No,
Yes, in the
yeah,
past, I
so
remember you
let's.
guys doing
remember.
We've done it both ways.
Go.
All right,
Okay.
so I'll go with her recommendation. So the all alcohol
I
restaurant.
move that we approve the all-alcohol restaurant list as presented.
Second,
All those in favor of approving the
Aye.
all alcohol restaurant, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hold on.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
You have a business that's listed here that's been out of business for quite some time.
Fusion?
And, well, I understand that, but before we, if you allow it, then does that license that we approve to go to Fusion, does that go to the location, or does that go to the owner of the current vacant property?
Can I speak?
Sure, certainly can. We're all looking at you.
So the way that works is that license was issued to the manager that came in and requested it. It has nothing to do with the location, other than that's his operation of business. So with the license not being utilized right now, after speaking to the ABCC, the best thing to do is to bring him in and have him give you an update of what he's going to do with the license, but we do need to issue the license to the person that the license was issued to, not the building owner.
Because he submitted for the license renewal.
So, okay, so it's the operator of the restaurant that
That's correct.
has the license.
Right, that's who you issued it to. You did not issue it to the building owner.
yeah.
So they're two separate individuals, they're not
That
one
is
and the same?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And if I understood our earlier conversation, we can't rescind that license just because he's not using it. He has to.
He has to
Withdraw.
surrender it.
Right.
But the only concern was that if this person was the owner of the property and there's taxes owed, is there any way that we can take that license back from, if that was the case? So if there's owed taxes on that property, is that license something that we can have him surrender it because there's taxes owed on the property?
So part of the process of doing license renewals is we do check, and whether the person owns the business, owns the building or not, they are responsible for being current. So if somebody has an outstanding water bill, whether they own the property or not, they're required to either set up a payment plan with the tax collector or pay the bills in full.
Right. But I think it would depend on the lease. that he has. Now, he might have,
But if the
But-
owner of the property was delinquent in their bills,
Yeah.
we would hold up the license as a
All
result.
right, that's
if
what I
the-
wanted to know.
If the owner
Okay.
of the property, but the holder of the license was up to date with his,
We've had to do that before,
really?
yes,
Okay,
yeah.
interesting.
So if they're on this list, you've done the due diligence to be able to do a renewal based on tax reviews, payment of issues, bills due and things like that.
So water liens or anything like that then? Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure that
the,
that's.
the treasurer reviewed all of these before they went to you and then gave us the go-ahead.
Okay.
And in some cases, there are payment plans in place.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I
Thank you for
believe,
clarifying that, I appreciate
thanks
that.
for those questions. So the motions, I believe, has been made and seconded, so all those in favor of approving this list for all alcohol restaurants, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, okay, the list is approved 4-0. Okay, the next list is the all alcohol retail
I
list.
move that we approve the all alcohol retail list as presented.
Second, is there a
Second.
second? Motion's been made and seconded, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. The all
Aye.
alcohol retail list is approved.
I move that we approve the wine and malt restaurant list as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Wine and malt restaurant list is approved.
I move that we approve the wine and malt retail list as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion's passed. Wine and malt retail list is passed.
I move that we approve the club list as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of approving the club list say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None.
I
Club
move
list
that-
is approved.
I move that we approve the amusement list as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for amusement list. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Amusement list is approved.
I move that we approve the billiards license as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Billiards license is approved. And that's just Dr. Green's, I guess.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I move that we approve the Class 2 list minus Mendez Inc., DBA JC Auto Sales.
Second.
All those in favor of approving the Class 2 list minus Mendez, is there any discussion?
I would just like to add that I want to make sure that these folks are staying in compliance with the number of vehicles that are supposed to be on their lots, because when I drive through town, and this is a pet peeve of mine,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, to be very honest with you, because,
This is the used
We're-
car
right.
lots, yeah.
we're the licensing authority, and sometimes when you drive by some of these locations, knowing full well that they have more than the allotted vehicles on their property, and something needs to be done. Now, I know that there's some backlog and work that needs to get done, and I understand that, but the longer we wait for something to get done, the more these individuals think they can get away with what they're doing, and in the meantime, some of the places look kind of awful, to be very honest with you. Some people are taking they're renting other pieces of property next door to where they are.
Oh, really? Is there any of these you want to take off the list for discussion, or?
I just want to make sure that
You getting the word
those
out?
individuals that have the responsibility of going to these locations and making sure that what we allow is being done. And if they're not being done, then they need to be cited, and they need to come in front of this board and ask why. Why are they doing what they're doing and not following what we give them, or we rescind their license?
And you're referring to town staff,
Yes,
inspectors? And who would that
unfortunately,
be?
yes. I'm not
Whoever's
trying to throw
responsible
anybody
for the
under the bus, but at the
inspections,
same
yeah.
token, yeah.
Who is responsible?
It would be Mr. Crisafulli.
So do we have to give you directive to give him to say, we need to make sure these are enforced?
No, I think he's
Should be doing
clear
that, yeah.
about that.
Okay.
I think, he has gone out as recently as. Today. Now, in some cases, there could be things in compliance, but what is allowed actually is probably too much than what should be allowed. And in that case,
How do
I
we
think you
review
need to.
those?
Well, let me just interject. I think if we approve the list minus JC, and then let's talk about that. And I
Yeah.
think it's gonna go to this general
Right.
conversation.
Okay.
And the concern
JC
that
does
we
have an issue.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Okay.
let's talk, and then we'll
Okay.
talk about that, all right?
all right.
So, but I believe this was, motion
Motion
was
and
made and
seconded.
seconded. So all those in favor of approving the class list, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion, class list is approved with the exception of Mendez
Right.
JC Auto Sales.
All right, so the reason why I asked for JC Auto Sales to be removed and treated separately is because I think there's sufficient evidence that they are out of compliance in a major way. Now, I can't speak to anybody else. My gut sense, Joe, is that, you know, there's a lot of kind of wiggle room that a lot of these entities take. But with JC, and it started, actually, I had an email complaint from a local resident there. So
So
you know,
have an
I
eye.
talked to Susan, and I knew that the building commissioner, who's the enforcement agent for this, for these things, had gone out and reviewed. Because you know, I think we've all made it known, it's our board pet peeve. So, that being said, I went out this morning, first of all, I did a Google map of JC Auto Sales. So, if you're familiar with JC, and you know, I'm not trying to, you know, denigrate the business in any way, but the fact is, when you look at the business footprint, he's got 15 cars he's permitted for, and those are in the front of the building.
Can you just remind people where 15 Pond Street is and what you're talking?
So
which
15
location?
Pond Street is at the corner of Washington and Pond Street. It's next to Sunnyside Liquors.
It's the old Frenny's Marina location.
that's
If
right.
For those people
So-
in Marina.
So that's the location we're at. So he's permitted for 15 cars for sale. And you can, those are positioned in the front of the building. And then he's got a fenced-off area in the back that, you know, now granted, Google Map, how it reflects today's situation, that I don't know. But I drove by there this morning, early this morning, and you can see, you know, let's say there's 100 cars in the back of this fenced-in lot. Now, let's, you know, I talked to Susan several times today, and we had the building inspector go out there, and we got some clarity about, you know, the type of business he has. So he has both a detailing business and he has a used car business. He does detailing for a number of local dealers. So at any given time, he could have 60 cars from dealers that they are detailing. So we're not questioning that. What we're questioning is the cars that ultimately he's reselling. He doesn't do auto repairs there.
Right.
But if he has a car that ultimately he's going to sell and he needs to have repair, in my mind, that's a used car that ultimately
Right,
is for
should
sale.
count
So,
toward his-
you know, I think what we need to do is to have, I'm assuming it's Mr. Mendez, is that,
Yes.
have Mr. Mendez come at our next meeting and explain exactly what he has there for business so that we can either restrict him, or if he wants to modify his business, we can address that, or just so we understand, and we can explain to, you know, to residents in that area, well, this is why there's activity of various natures there. So, my recommendation would be that we renew his license for 30 days, have him come into our next meeting and address it, and find out what we need to either restrict or modify at this point.
Steve, I don't have a problem with that. I just remember the class hearing that when he was here in front of the board, and I happened to be on the board at the time, and there were several residents from the area very concerned about the fact that, you know, what one person agrees to is not always gonna be what is done.
Yeah.
And they were very concerned that it was gonna turn into to look like a junkyard with all the vehicles all over the place. That's why we asked to make sure that he himself said that he was gonna put up a fence, a white fence, you know, that wasn't.
Which exists.
Which exists.
Yeah.
And that was great.
Right.
And all the vehicles would be behind the fence. And the only vehicles that would be visible would be those that were ready for sale, and that would be out in the front of his location.
Right.
Since that time, the individual who has the house next to him, he asked and was renting front yard space and was putting vehicles on that front yard as well. Okay, and then the vacant lot, well, I call it the vacant lot, it's actually the parking lot for Sunnyside Liquors, there were vehicles starting to pile up to the backside over there, which was totally,
Do you recall when we did the transfer of Sunnyside, we talked specifically about that we were
Absolutely.
not allowing overflow to be in that
That-
parking lot.
absolutely, I
So
remember
don't you
that.
think, when I went this morning, I have photographs of 3 cars that are in that
I-
parking lot?
I have photographs as
So-
well from other times.
Well, that's was as recent as this morning. So, you know, I think at this point, you know, we need some clarification about his business.
Mhm.
You know, we don't want to shut him down, obviously, but we want clarification. We give him a 30-day renewal at this point, comes in and we address it. Is that, Susan, is that accurate to our conversations this morning, back and forth?
For sure,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
All right, so, is that, any further discussion on this, or?
That pleases me, because, again, you know, it's not fair to the residents that live there.
Yeah, and actually, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, that house that Joe's referring to, he now owns, right?
That's
And
correct.
we had issues with the roof, and, you know, you can clarify that if you choose to, but he owns that house, so.
That's okay, he can own it, but that's not part of the lot.
License.
That's correct, that's my point.
He's licensed for 15 vehicles, that's all.
Right.
Right, so we need to figure out if every other vehicle he has on his lot is
Not for sale.
not for sale or for detailing, but, you know, my gut sense is that that's not the case.
If there's a year date on it and a number underneath it, that car's for sale. I'm
That's
sorry.
kind of a hint?
Yeah,
It's a bit of a hint.
Yeah.
All right, so do we
Thank
have
you.
so I believe we have a motion for a 30-day
yeah.
renewal.
Second.
With the understanding that he comes in front of the board
At our next
at
meeting.
our next meeting.
Right.
Susan's,
So that's what I was gonna ask, sorry, I guess I jumped the gun. Do you want me to send out a letter inviting him to your first meeting in January or your second?
Well, it's
meeting in
stronger than an
Are we gonna-
invitation.
are-
Let him know that
So-
we extended his license for 30 days,
So it has to be the
because,
first meeting in
Yeah.
January.
are we planning to meet on January 2nd? That's the
January
first.
2nd is out,
It's our
right.
first meeting.
All
It's our
right,
first
so
meeting.
everybody's prepared for
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
all right, now, do we have to do a public hearing? Do we have to post anything, or is it, he already is a license holder, we're just doing,
It's just a review of his
Right.
license.
Yeah, so-
License.
okay. So it's
But
just
we'll
a
send him
general
out a reg-
hearing is what it is.
We'll send him out a certified letter and a regular letter,
Okay.
just to be sure.
And I
that
think
he
we
gets
just
it.
say we have evidence that, you know, the activities that are happening on his property are not consistent with what he's licensed for.
And maybe we should have the enforcement officer here at the same time.
That'd
Not a
be good.
bad idea.
Works for me.
It's a great idea.
All right, so do we have a
Thank you, Steve.
motion?
And I've seconded it
Yep, it's all done.
All right, all those in favor?
30-day?
for the 30-day
30-day.
license.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Okay, motion carries. Mendez J.C. Auto Sales has a 30-day license. And is that effective, that's from January 1st through January 30th? Is that,
Correct.
yeah, okay. All right, next list.
I move that we approve the Class 3 list as presented.
Second.
All those in favor of the Class 3 list, say aye.
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 Opposed? Class 3 list is approved. Where's my Class 3 list?
Forgot the road.
Find it. I move that we approve the common
All right.
victicular list
Okay.
as presented.
All those in
I
favor?
studied, yeah, I know.
All those in favor?
I'm glad you had
Aye.
to say that
Aye.
instead of me.
Opposed,
'cause I
none,
would've done the
common
same thing.
victualler list is approved.
I move that we approve the entertainment list as presented.
All those in
Second.
favor, the motion's been made in second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And-
Opposed,
Just one quick question.
Discussion.
So, again, with respect to Fusion, the same thing holds true with the entertainment license that goes to the end of,
Correct, everything that's
Okay.
issued is issued to the manager
the
or
manager at the time?
business, yes.
Okay, Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of approving the entertainment list, say aye.
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 Opposed, none, entertainment list is approved.
I move that we approve the Sunday entertainment list as presented.
All those in favor?
Second.
Say, motion's been made in second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, none, Sunday entertainment list is approved.
I move that we approve the hobby shop list as presented.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I
Aye.
would just note that Model Hobby is no longer here.
Still there.
Still there.
Are they still there?
I
Still
move
there.
that we approve the lodging list as presented.
Second.
Those in favor? Say
Aye.
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 Opposed, none, lodging list is approved. And I think that's the end of
Yep.
the list, okay.
Good job, guys.
Wow.
All right, thank you for that.
Knowing that we have to read them all
That's great,
makes
yeah.
it easy.
All right,
Preston would have been proud of us.
the next item on the agenda is review and approve employment agreement with town manager. We have started that process. We had an executive session with the town manager today, and we are continuing that process. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about it as yet. We are not completed it, but we're hoping to complete it shortly and renew the town manager's contract, which, the current contract expires December 31st, and we're reviewing and considering a 3-year contract. Does anybody feel the need to add anything at this point? Okay, thank you for that. All right, set 2019 meeting schedule. So I don't know if people had a chance to look at it, if there's anything unusual we need to deal with now.
I would like to recommend that rather than waiting until September, because then we're dealing with other groups, that we look at the September schedule, because we're not gonna wanna have it on the September 18th, because it's the holiday again.
Oh, so
I would
you've
like
looked
to
ahead.
recommend that we
Okay.
move it to either the 16th or the 23rd and get it on the calendar already.
That seems like a good idea. What do people think?
Works for me.
So are we looking, let's see, we'll have met
What groups meet on Mondays?
Concom?
Concom.
And they meet the second and fourth Monday? Is what Jean
Yes,
just
that's
said?
what Jean
Yeah,
said.
but they're
So-
not televised, right? They
But
don't
aren't they here?
televise, they can be downstairs.
Okay.
I'm just looking at our schedule. So we're meeting in September, we're meeting the 4th.
Correct.
So do we want to meet the next week or 2 weeks later? I'd
Well, no,
say?
I was saying either the 16th, which would be the same week, but on Monday, or on the 23rd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, what do people
I'd rec-
think? I'm not,
16th
I
works.
recommend the 16th.
okay. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yeah.
That way it's the same week, so.
We don't need motions for this stuff, do we?
No.
All right, so we're looking at, I haven't looked that far ahead, but we're looking at the 16th, okay. Anything else that catches people's eye? And we're gonna meet January 2nd.
Yep.
All right, people like that,
Yeah.
I guess, okay.
We'll be coming off the new year.
Started
Fresh as a
strong,
daisy,
Rob.
yes,
Started
that's it.
strong.
With
That's
all those
it, okay.
resolutions and ready to
Exactly.
go.
All right. Anything else on this schedule? And, you know, we can, as things come up, we can discuss the schedule. Okay, thank you. All right, so the next one is discuss vacancy on the Board of Selectmen. As we all know, Carl has resigned. His term is up this May. So, I don't know, thoughts? I mean, I understand we have some options. We can leave it vacant. We can, I guess, appoint somebody, or we could schedule a
can't
town
appoint.
election. We can't
We're not
appoint.
allowed to
We're not
appoint
allowed
to our
to
own
appoint.
board.
So that's our two choices then, to schedule a town election or let his term run out and, you know, us four continue. So if we do nothing, us four will continue as the Board of Selectmen,
We've done that in the past.
assuming there's no other changes
This would be
until.
my third experience with potentially a 4-member
My
board. And
second.
it's certainly workable, and I think we have certainly our working relationship is strong enough to make this work, I think.
I have to agree with you. We can agree to disagree on certain things, but the bottom line is, what's the best for the town?
Yeah, I don't think there's, I kind of agree. I mean, I just don't like the idea of, scheduling another election, you know.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think about it, the last time I was sitting here and this happened, the person resigned in August, and it was decided that, one, it didn't make sense financially for the town to have a special election, and two, as Steve said, as long as the board can function as four, and he was on it before then, and they did it, I think, I think it doesn't make sense. We can move forward as 4. We're still getting stuff done, and people can start thinking about if they want to run and know that it's an open seat,
That's right.
completely open seat, no
Right.
incumbent running for it.
Do we need to take any action, or what do we?
Just, that we have to approve it. We
Not
have to
in an
accept it, right?
elected
No.
position,
You
you
don't
don't have to
this
accept
resignation?
Resignations or
No.
anything like that?
No, not for an elected position.
That's right.
And so we're not gonna take any action, I think, is the
You don't
sense
need
of
to
the
take
board.
any official action unless you want to call for a special election.
Yeah,
Which
okay.
it sounds like you do not.
No.
Sounds like it. All right.
good.
Any further discussion on that?
Moving on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, discuss EA Fish project at Robert Hill Way.
Yes. All right, those of you that have been on the board or actually have been,
No backup that we need.
There's
you're just
no
gonna
backup
brief us,
related
okay.
to this. Related to development projects in town, know that actually back in 2002, a project was proposed off of Independence Lane, which was subsequently known as Robert Hill Way. It went through a couple of different iterations through the comprehensive permit or 40B process. It's a project that was advocated for, or at least put forward by either the Affordable Housing Trust or the Affordable Housing Committee at the time. But a couple of different phases, and both phases were approved back in 2015, 2014. There has been a lull since that time. No action has really happened because the developer, EA Fish, was looking at getting tax credits to do this project. It's an affordable housing project, senior restricted. All units, I believe it averages out to around 60% of the area median income. So since that time, the permit, they have to come back before the ZBA to get an extension of their permit, which they plan on doing on December the 11th. So I wanted to give the board, advise the board that that was happening. I've asked Attorney Costa to put together a memorandum that explains to the ZBA what their alternatives are, what their options are, and we'll also CC the Board of Selectmen on that as well. If you remember, there were a couple of outstanding issues that were ancillary to this. Number one was the booster pump. If you remember, there were some water pressure issues. We decided, as opposed to having that be addressed actually on the development, we would look at addressing that for all of Independence Lane and the development. So in the last iteration of work that we did on Oregon and Oak, we did a lot of improvements during that point in time. So we're going to test that water pressure, see if that's been improved at all. If not, we will look at the booster pump situation. Trying to think that's.
So how's the,
that's about it.
so is the water pressure, what's the status of the water pressure there? Is it,
Well, that's what we have to check.
but all these years, are we still getting complaints? Because I remember people were like, they had water pressure issues in their homes. Do we think they're still having it, or do we know?
No, that's what I'm saying, we need to check and see
Okay.
if they
Will
have that.
will the residents be given notification that there'll be some testing done on the water pressure, just to make sure that there's no?
Well, anything we do that would be invasive to,
Mhm.
would have to have some kind of notice or permission.
Just say like, heck, they see somebody come home after work and
Yeah,
see their
somebody,
cellar flooded because a pipe broke or something.
Right. So anyway, just wanted, it has been, there has been a lull in the activity. There was a whole lot of discussion about Robert Hill Way when I first got here,
Oh, yeah.
as it was going through the ZBA. Once the conference permit was issued, the property was transferred. It's been about 2 to 3 years. So this happens. I'm just going to use it as an opportunity to say that this is what happens a lot. I think in other communities as well. Projects get approval. There is a lull that happens, whether it's because of economics or there is legal action that happens, et cetera. They kind of go away. Everybody forgets about them.
and then they reemerge 2
Yeah.
to 3 years down the road.
It's a good point, because I think in this case here, a lot of the law was contingent on the developer getting his tax credits and the rounds of availability for those tax credits. So obviously, they have acquired those
Mm-hmm.
and are subsequently moving forward, but need this extension to continue.
Correct.
So how does it, so will there be any further action for us to take as the Board of Selectmen? So this has gone through all sorts of court issues and all that.
Yeah, I
Seems to
just-
have run to its end.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a briefing
Sure.
and give the public a briefing that
This is bad.
this is back, and I wanted to do it before the December 11th ZBA hearing, or ZBA
And
discussion.
how will this affect, or how does it, because we've kind of stopped planning on this as part of our affordable housing numbers. I don't know how it affects
It does
or
give us a
changes things.
boost. So the Robert Hill Way project, the name of the project was listed on our subsidized housing inventory, but no units were counted towards our subsidized housing inventory. Again, I always speak of 40B projects and affordable projects in terms of planning and also in terms of the moral argument. And, you know, and I think my, my ideas about the location of the project itself are kind of known, but I think the project is a good project.
So let me, if I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. With this reissuing of the permit, well,
Extension.
extension, if the zoning board decides not to, what happens next?
Well, that's what Attorney Costa's memo was gonna outline.
Oh, that's good. I'm looking forward to
Okay.
that.
Is there a reason for it not to be extended?
No.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is there a reason for it not to be extended? This is almost, I forgot the
Formality?
term that he had used. Yeah, formality is a good way of
Okay.
putting it. But I do think it's important that everybody have all avenues explained to them, so you you go in with eyes wide open.
Yeah, and just to echo some of your remarks, I think people know that I'm not a fan of this project basically because of its location and its access. And, you know, we've been able to move forward with affordable housing without doing this, so, you know, I think that's good. And I think it's unfortunate that it's moving forward, but I'm not sure. It sounds like from what you tell, we don't really have any discretion left here. We've done our past discussions and,
And we've also lost some of our affordable housing based on other decisions the town has made, so. And I'm sure, you know, if you look at our housing production plan, this will help us. We're at what,
Oh,
four
it
something,
will
4%,
help, but
5%, if
it'll
that,
work, yeah.
so.
yeah, it will help, but I think we have better alternatives which we're moving forward with, but.
But also, besides the bump with our affordable housing numbers, there's also dollars that are coming to the town based on the phase of the project.
Correct. I believe it's 500,000 in this phase that
And
goes to the
400
trust.
on the second, I believe.
Yeah, it's tough, I think, because, and I think one of the things that we're trying to do is do a better job of taking good projects like a Robert Hill Way project and putting it in the best location that we can find. And, such as the RTD project. And, you know, I was talking to the staff today, you know, you just feel like sometimes you're fighting ghosts all the time.
Yeah.
You know, these things that keep on popping up, and like you're trying to move forward and plan for.
You know,
so
it'd be
it doesn't-
great to have future vision, you know, like a Marvel superhero of some sort, and be able to, you know, anticipate and plan everything. But unfortunately, you know, we have to put it in the context at which it was brought
reality,
forward,
yeah.
right?
And look how long it's taken this project to get where it is right now. I mean, 10, maybe?
Like I said, 2002, I believe, was
Okay,
when the
so-
original
so-
ZBA heard it.
So with respect to that, I mean, back then, they really were.
very different,
It was
yeah.
different.
And I
Nothing was
think-
available.
And I think we've seen where senior housing off of residential areas has worked.
Right.
In Cookingham Green, up off of Apple Ridge,
Yeah.
is a very good example. It's senior housing, and I think there'll even be less cars going in and out of the Robert Hill Way
Mhm.
than what goes in and out of there.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
Okay,
All right,
Thank you.
anything further on that?
No.
Okay,
Thank you for the update.
thanks for the update, Mike. All right, so review and sign designer selection review policy. We actually have to sign this, is it?
I'm gonna let Jen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
So
you.
this is actually just a review of something that was adopted in January of 2016. But I want to bring it back for everyone to review and just make sure, just sort of confirm that we're still in line with that. So state law requires building projects that municipalities to accept procedures in building projects that need a designer. So if you need a designer and the design cost is gonna cost more than $30,000 and the construction cost is gonna be more than $300,000, you have to use the procedures in which are adopted by the town. What we adopted in 2016 is basically the model policy that the IG's office puts out. It really lays out an RFQ process that has criteria based on experience, similar experience, municipal work, and you have to fill out these forms and bring back the top 3 people if you have 3 for interviews. I wanted to just bring this back into light because we have several building projects coming up. But this could be as small as our boiler project, so that design cost right around 30 to 40,000.
So
And
that's the cutoff, 30,000?
30,000 for design and $300,000 for construction. So you have to meet both of those criteria for this to be triggered. And one of the things, so at the town, our current procedures has the approving body shall designate an individual or group. So sometimes it's gonna be a committee, so obviously in big projects like the public safety building, we'll have a committee review. When we're doing projects like the boiler, that may be an internal sort of review of our public facilities person, and a couple others that have some inside information on sort of what is needed. So what I was hoping to do is that you guys could sort of confirm that this is still, we're still in line with this and we still want to move forward with this, and then also potentially appoint Michael as the town manager or myself as the chief procurement officer as the person who can sort of move these along, and when necessary, we'll have committees, but otherwise we can sort of move some of these design projects. Because what I'm a little bit afraid of is that we have to come here before each of those projects. We could set it back sometimes 2 weeks, sometimes a month, and I already have to do postings that sometimes go
Right.
with that.
Yeah.
You know, it makes
Okay.
the process exponentially longer.
Is this, what's the difference between a designer and an architect? Is this architectural contracts or what?
It can be.
Oh,
Yeah.
but there's others that might not be architectural.
Right, could be structural, right, yeah.
Okay.
I know that for the Mendus School Building Feasibility Committee, we actually sat through, or I did, as vice chair and the chair and superintendent, sat through the MSBA process, and this supports what
pretty
they are
close.
requiring us. I mean, it's amazing what they're requiring, so I certainly think that this is
Yeah,
Good.
MSBA is just a little bit, they have a little bit.
a little more detail
Detail.
and meat, but I
Um,
think for us to have this in place makes sense.
Absolutely.
And I would recommend, well, I would ask Michael's recommendation, should it be you or Jen?
Oh, I'm clear on that one. Absolutely, Jen.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
that's funny.
except that I know like Jen does not go to the Mendez meeting, so I don't know if it makes sense.
It's just more work for her.
That
You know,
would,
if
that
you
would
named
be,
me, I would
that
just
would be
turn
the
around
only,
and
that would
say-
be the only thing.
So Jen should probably get
yeah.
credit for it.
Yeah, I mean, Barbara also knows it, so she's sitting there, I think, as,
She is.
so she,
She's the school's procurement.
procurement.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she's there on the school, okay.
Yeah.
So she's well
I think
versed
it
in
makes
all
sense for Jen being the chief procurement officer.
Well, as part of this, do we need to specify somebody? You did
Yes,
mention
that's
that,
what she
so,
said.
okay. All right.
To do
So
that as
make
a motion, or,
I think, yes, that,
okay. I move that we reaffirm the designer selection procedures as presented, and that we appoint Jen Ball to manage the process.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. Motion carries. The designer selection procedures is approved. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
So the next one is town meeting recap.
Just if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I just would like to take a moment just
Sure.
before our town manager reports and just bring up something that that came in today. The superintendent has invited members of FinCom and the Board of Selectmen to their first budget workshop for the school department. It's going to be on, not this coming Saturday, but the following Saturday from 8 to 2. I will get further clarification on the
Is that the 15th?
location. I believe it's the 15th. Yeah. I think, you know, I don't think it's any news to any of us. They're struggling with, you know, some of the enrollment growth that they've had recently, far beyond what we had, what was expected. And then they've also had a couple of very high-need individuals that have come into the Ashland Public School system. So I think it'd be a good opportunity for those that can attend. I'm certainly going to try
that?
to.
What's the
8
date,
to
Mike?
2. The 15th?
Are they can we say, are they expecting us to be there the whole day?
I don't think your attendance is not expected, nor is your participation, but it's always welcome.
And that's gonna be here?
I will get further clarification on the
So
location.
what do you think, so the budget is looking like a challenge? Is that because of
Yeah, I mean, the
increased
budget-
enrollment?
I mean, the budget is always a challenge for all of us. I just think it's becoming a little bit more of a pressure cooker for them, just with, I think this year's enrollment really kind of put things over the edge.
What maxed it out, or what's maxing that out?
Well, there's new developments that are coming in. Believe it or not, we're seeing, so
Is
families.
their kindergarten number higher than they expected?
I do not know. I do not know the specifics. But one of the things we're seeing, so, you know, couples, like older couples, right? You know, empty nesters, and they move out of their house that they raise their kids in. New folks come in with a couple of kids. And as Ashland becomes a more desirable place to live, and that's just something that we've got to plan for. But I think it'd be important for those of you that can, you know, to be there. Like I said, I plan on being there.
I plan as well. And I think you're right with that dynamic. I know just on my street, there was some, I think, 3 sales recently on our street, and 2 of which essentially empty nesters that we now have, I think, either 4 or 5 young
Yeah.
kids on the street, so.
So, you know, and I appreciate the superintendent and the school committee asking us to kind of be a part of this. One of the things that I think we've really tried to do is, you know, turn this around, is look at problems collaboratively, realize that their problems are our problems and vice versa, and we've enjoyed a good spirit of collaboration. And I think they were really helpful with the public safety building vote, and their support was really important to show the community that it wasn't like a school versus town type of choice that the town needed to make. And we've done the same thing with the feasibility study in the Mendez School, so I think this is important to continue that. So I just wanted to do that before I forgot, quite frankly.
I can be there, I can't be there all day, but I can be there for at least the morning, a couple hours.
You'll definitely be there a couple of hours, but
If
There's
we
a-
know that more than of us are going, do we need
8
to
to
post it
2
as well?
We
think
probably
that's
should
fine.
post it, and what I will do
Okay.
is I will ask the superintendent if there's going to be a time where there's gonna be more of an overview given of the situation.
And if they're still creating their agenda, like I said, I can be there from like 8 to 10.
Okay,
I have a commitment at noon, so.
all
I have a
right,
commitment at 10:30, that time of year.
that time. So, moving on to what's on the agenda, the town meeting recap. So this is our first meeting since we had town meeting. Just overall, I think I said before town meeting, if we had 250 people show up, I would have felt like we had accomplished something, and, you know, not just related to articles on the warrant, but kind of changing some of the dynamics around in town. To have 430 people there was just,
I said over 400, so
yeah, it's,
good.
I think Beth actually nailed it. I think she got the
Oh, did she?
number right on the money. But, You know, obviously, there's a lot of follow-up items that we have to go through, so we met with staff today, started talking about what we need to do in terms of follow-up votes that the Board of Selectmen need to take in terms of the property on Morgan Road and the RTD and things of that nature. So those are on the list and will be in for January.
Okay.
There's certainly some borrowing that is going to be required because of the project, or the projects that were approved at town meeting. And so we met with the finance team, so we're putting a plan of action together. We'll probably be going out to do our long-term borrowing, I would say probably in May. So it's the opportunity always to kind of strut our stuff financially and win in front of the bond rating agencies. So hopefully that will be good. So downtown, I do, just going back to that, I do want to thank Tara and her staff and actually all of our staff. You know, I'm going to forget somebody, so I don't want to start naming people, but you know, just an incredible job of putting together. These things are productions. They really are. And they just do a wonderful job putting it together, and it just seems smooth, I think.
Yeah, I think that was, you know, at least the conversations that I've had out in the community is that for a lot of people, that this is their first town meeting. And I think it went a long way to demonstrating that, you know, it's not a bad place to be, you know, and to be involved in. And, you know, I think the running of the meeting, I want to certainly commend the moderator for his management of the meeting. And, you know, it just, you know, it just flowed well, it was efficient. So it's, hopefully we've kind of turned the corner with that kind of engagement and becomes a regular part of our legislative body.
Yeah.
The only thing I would add is that I would recommend people not leave after the articles that are important to them. Because I think there was some interesting discussion on certain articles after some people left, and I think it would have been good for the people, for everyone to hear.
I was
It's tough,
really
but-
disappointed when, you know, there was so few people there to accept those roads.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
I want to thank Kelly and her staff, Kelly Run and her staff, for providing that
that's right.
babysitting
Yeah.
service, because
Well,
that was a lot of families took advantage of that situation, and they were able to come. Those were the newer faces, the younger faces that were there. And that was very, very helpful, very productive, and it brought, you know, new people into the town meeting. So we should continue,
very
you know,
good.
looking
And
at
also-
doing that again.
Certainly thank you to WACA and their crew. I mean, they come in and they have to bring in someone for sound to monitor all and they also had set up in the cafeteria, so had there been overflow,
Right.
and there was a few people, I guess, who took advantage of that and were in the cafeteria watching. So it's a big, as you said, Michael, it's a big production from many aspects.
It's a big production, but again, the turnout, to have like there wasn't like a dedicated school item associated with that, to have that many young families there and people there, and just people there in general was
Yeah.
great.
I think a lot of it was with the idea that YMCA may be coming into town, you know, with a vote.
A lot of
Yeah.
enthusiasm
A lot of
for that
enthusiasm with
whole,
respect to that.
for
That
that
whole-
whole
Absolutely.
concept of the
Yeah,
RTD.
Yeah, for everything, not
Yeah.
just, and then along with the public safety building as
Yeah.
well. So, yeah, I mean, we're moving in the right direction, which is always a good thing.
okay.
Right, next is downtown zoning grant. So Sheila Page had submitted a grant application to really look at our downtown zoning and revise our downtown zoning to really, I think, try to get things, develop some kind of consensus around downtown and some consistency. I think we've seen with a couple of different projects, you know, there's some discrepancies, I guess you could say, in what people think is appropriate and what people think is not appropriate. So this is going to be an opportunity to relook at our zoning, and so the planning office will be putting out information in terms of the process and how that's related.
Did you say she actually has the grant, or?
Yeah, she was awarded that grant
Oh,
2
wow.
weeks ago. Yeah, so I didn't say that, but I'm glad you did.
Okay.
And will the grant
that's
give
good.
her resources to bring people in to help review things?
It's about
or-
$29,000, so we're going to So we'll have a consultant certainly work with us on that. We are gonna need to put in some local resources as well. There's a important match component as well.
Okay.
But kudos to her for,
Yeah.
taking the initiative and,
Yeah.
and doing that. So the Warren Barn, I think everybody knows that the Warren Barn has been condemned. It's hard to miss.
And it's just the barn, right, not the silo?
It's just the barn.
The silo is,
pretty solid.
the
Silo, yes.
silo is concrete,
It's all concrete,
Okay.
yeah.
so it's solid as a rock.
So people cannot enter in, I mean, that,
No, there's a
Yeah.
giant fence around.
Yeah.
big fence, we
There's-
fenced it
So,
off.
with respect to that, is there any discussion or action going to be taken to shore up that building? We have winter coming and, well, it's here. And I'm afraid that bond's gonna end up just like the bond off of Olive Street. And it's gonna be an eyesore, especially on a major route.
Right.
So we're gonna try to work to, identify potentially, whether it's a structural engineer or an architect, depending on sort of what we need to do. The assessment from, the folks that were in the building before it was condemned, is that it's not just like something that we can shore up, it's pretty, so we have to do, it's some significant work that needs to be done, and that we need, because it's really the center beam that is compromised, that we need to get some structural
Yeah.
engineering.
When do you anticipate that to?
So we're working on a plan internally, a recommendation to present to you to
Okay.
talk about not just the barn, but the whole district in kind of a path
Okay.
forward. And we need to have a couple more internal conversations.
Yeah.
I think the next one's gonna be Friday.
And I
we'll
think we
present
need
that.
to get, I think Framingham State University involved in this conversation at some point and at some level. I think even though we own the barn, they use part of it. They
Mhm.
have
Are they
used, we've
actually?
allowed them to use it as that bottom section for
Instead of-
their
Right.
maintenance department. So they've got some skin in the game here that I think we should discuss as well, so.
Would it also be good to be looking at a date to have the discussion about that whole Warren district as a follow-up? We had that great meeting in October about all our different properties, and, should we start looking at scheduling time to have the conversation about the Valentine estate and what we're gonna do there? I mean, we had the meeting in October, and then it was like, okay, we're heading into town meeting,
Right.
so everything else got put on hold. So should we start looking at the spring and scheduling some of these meetings out to say, okay, this is when we're gonna have the discussion on this property, this is when,
Yeah, I think we need
it
to
ties into what's
follow up,
going on
yeah.
with the Conservation
agree.
Commission and the building, and,
Now, did we talk about, we talked about having some kind of planning process for all these properties, right? Was that part of our
So
retreat
all,
agenda,
yeah,
or-
so there's a process, I think, that the board wants to have followed in terms of getting public input and creating kind of a bigger vision for the district.
correct.
So,
And the other properties as well.
well, and the other properties, but we can only do so much at a time.
Right.
And so to that end, I think what we will recommend is a project manager specifically for the Warren District. And
Sure.
so, and probably the Valentine estate too, and try to think of those all holistically.
Right.
And hopefully have somebody who can dedicate their time and efforts, not just to the procurement stuff that we were talking about, the mechanical and
Right.
maintenance, but also managing the public process, setting up the meeting, setting up the right
Right.
discussions.
So I have a question and a comment. Now, my comment first is, and I agree completely with having a public meeting about, that specific location, that district. I think we need to retreat first. I think we need to get our priorities established.
That's
And then, as part of the retreat, start to plan those out. My question is, the status of the barn, is it at a point where we need to act sooner rather than later? Right? I mean,
How
is it,
quickly?
is it that kind of situation? We have to make decisions that, to decide whether it's rebuilt or if a replica is done, those kinds of decisions. Is it deteriorated to that point?
Well, I think public safety is really our first concern right now. The ultimate decision is whether or not the barn gets raised and a replica is rebuilt,
Right,
or we go through the time and expense of rebuilding what is currently there.
right.
There's pros and cons to each.
Are you going to provide us with that analysis so that we can,
So we're gonna have hopefully a project manager that can
got it, okay,
do all of that, have that discussion with you and,
Okay.
okay.
So you don't see that discussion happen until the beginning of the year?
probably the beginning of the year.
Okay, so that means that bond could get destroyed even further by natural occurrences, by the amount of snow that is,
Depending on what happens
depending on what happens, right?
It could.
So,
Makes the decision a little easier.
well, I think my point was, I'm trying to avoid that from happening.
Yeah.
But I think it goes to, I mean, if Jen is actively looking for a structural, we have to start with a structural expert at this point. What do we need to do to shore it up, to make it stable so it will get through the wintertime?
He's an old Italian.
Right. So, so like Carl was working, we worked with somebody that had looked at the barn, and is there some issues with identifying people or using people that have been there before?
Well, I
understand that
mean,
you-
unfortunately, there are laws that you have to follow. Procurement laws were designed so you could have meetings with somebody and kind of shift work towards them. And so we're trying to actively avoid.
So we had his
that.
barn I guess you're telling me we had this barn expert, but he was involved in this project and so he's not eligible for further
We
consideration?
want to make sure that he is eligible in the future to work on this. And
Okay.
I think we are at he might not be.
Oh,
Oh.
There might have been that much interaction. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. But you'll keep us up to date and,
I'm hoping to have a proposal, a recommendation to you by January, first
Should
meeting.
we
January
look at-
2nd?
yeah,
Yeah,
January 2nd.
And-
Should we look at this as an emergency, to go to Joe's point? It sounds like it's pretty complicated to take on in a very short,
Yeah, from a public safety standpoint,
we've dealt
that
with
would
it.
definitely,
Well, we keep people out, so we've dealt with it, but in terms of preventing further damage, it sounds like we don't have any immediate measures that we can take.
you're just concerned, Joe. So right now, we have two choices in terms of raising and rebuilding, or building a replica, or repairing it. And obviously, there's gonna be certain costs associated with that. You're thinking if more further damage is done, that option is gonna be off the table.
Right.
Repair option will be
The repair
gone.
will be gone, so, nature's gonna take its course. And then you have the historical aspect of it, coming into play. So you have the Historical Society gonna key in on this. So, I mean, I can just see this turning into something that we're not all gonna be happy with, if you know what I mean, with respect to discussion and who's gonna get involved and how and why. And it's gonna get pushed further and further and further, and in the meantime, Olive Street's gonna happen all over again. So, I mean, I'd like to avoid that, because Olive Street, though where that bond was, is a little off the beaten path. This is certainly not off the beaten path.
I agree.
It's dead, it's gonna look god-awful. It's gonna look god-awful.
So, what I'm hearing is, you're doing work, you're doing some research in regards to shoring up the issue, because that's the first priority, and you're hoping to have a proposal to us by our first meeting in January.
A proposal for the whole Warren District
Yeah,
and
he's not
in the
talking about
process
the-
going forward.
Okay.
Which the barn is obviously an essential part.
Well, the other thing I would suggest that this is apparently, this could be seen as an emergency situation, so that gives you certain procurement opportunities, doesn't it? The flexibility.
I mean,
The barn's been in this status for a while, and we, as a
No,
town,
it
have
just
not
failed,
done.
though. The beam just broke.
I understand, but,
I mean, the beam was in really bad shape beforehand. I mean, I think we have to take some ownership of the
Right,
fact that
we
some
did
people,
nothing.
some people see that, see the barn collapse, or, see the fencing and everything, and think it was just something that happened. I mean, it's been in a pretty bad shape for a while.
yeah,
And we knew this
we
was
knew it had
process.
structural issues before we decided to purchase it. We purchased it because of its historic nature and the historic vista and that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And then we didn't do anything.
So do we have any, you know, we have utilized a barn expert, not through the procurement process, obviously, but offline and so on. But he did give us some information
He
that
did.
still should be fairly valid in terms of whether a rebuild or a replica is the most cost-efficient way to proceed. So, you know, at least we have some information to start making some decisions. You know, have you been in that barn? Has anybody here been in that barn?
The only
Yes.
time I
Not
was in
since
it
it
was.
collapsed.
Well, not, no, but I was,
Have you been in the barn?
I was in this past
A
summer.
year or two ago,
Okay.
yeah. when-
All right.
a
So
year
it's
ago,
not
but-
a very usable,
trying
Oh,
to-
it was a
Space.
milking barn, right.
right, it's a milking barn, it's got this concrete floor that goes across the middle of it. So, you know, is it potentially desirable to rebuild it as that, or is it more desirable to rebuild it as a more usable space?
Right,
You know, I mean, we want to get some input on that, but that's,
right.
you know, but I think we have some information to get started in terms of, you know, round numbers.
Well,
So, I'm sorry, but you say usable space with respect to building it the way it was, the structure itself, but using it in a different capacity?
I would say the outside making it look just like
The way it
the
was.
photographs.
Right.
The inside different in terms of usability
Okay.
and
We talked
potential.
about
So
that in
you
the
could
past,
have,
right,
still have
right.
two levels, and you could still have Framingham State utilizing the bottom, but the
Mhm.
upper section
Right.
could be used for any number of things, right?
And,
No.
and just to follow up on that, I think there's also been discussion, if you raise it and recreate it, it then will no longer be available for
Correct.
anything historic preservation or national
That
register or anything
designation.
like that, or that
Right.
designation.
And that's important to
And-
some
So that's a
people.
consideration,
So that's a
absolutely.
consideration,
Yeah.
so as we
Yeah.
move forward, so as we're making these decisions, and I would say, public, if you're watching this, because I know I've seen comments from people and I've heard from people about the barn, they were very concerned, is let us know what you think and give us your feedback, but know that we are aware, we do have management looking at it, and we'll keep people posted, but please stay out and stay safe.
And does that affect the entire Warren District area that we're looking at with respect to the historic aspect of it? Because of that
No,
one.
it would just be that building.
Well, I'm just saying that the historical commission can be very, not ours, but
Well, ours isn't even around. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I don't think
even
they have a quorum, do they?
Yeah, they don't have a quorum.
Yeah.
But I think those are the considerations that you need to have that public process.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
two buildings there look like they're eligible to be on the National Register, the barn and Hall House. I wouldn't mind seeing the whole area be designated as something
Right.
officially.
and that's my point, I just hope that doesn't affect
Right,
the
its
ability for that to happen.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
all right, got that one.
All right, thanks, Michael.
And then finally, just the public safety building, the next steps. I want to take the opportunity to thank Ashland, those that went to the ballot, and town meeting on behalf of all of us and all of our staff, especially our public safety personnel. Thank you for the successful votes and just the energy. I think I'd mentioned the fact that it was almost, at town meeting, it felt like the energy in the room felt like it was not something that the public felt like they had to do. It's something that they wanted to do. And I think that was
Sure.
really, really cool. So the next steps are to start working at getting an owner's project manager, which Jen has already started that process of.
And you get the
then
committee moving along, right?
we get the committee moving along and start looking at
We're meeting Friday, right?
Friday. And then we will start doing the next steps. And we talked about the Fafford land and the next step to that, to
Mm.
get the gift deed. So Lisa has requested that, and so that process
That's
is
the,
happening.
the 4
Was there some
point
activity
whatever.
on that the other day? I saw people out about walking around out there.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Anything new on the, well, bigger picture with the Fafford gift, anything else?
No,
Working on
no.
Should probably just
And
think
I might not be the best person to
Okay, well,
probably
we should
do
probably
that moving forward.
think about that. Okay, any other questions for Michael under town manager reports?
Thank you for
Thank you.
town meeting.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, good work.
Good job.
It was ironic, everything, all the major stuff went very smoothly until we hit fingerprinting or whatever.
Yeah, I have a few theories about that I will keep to myself right now.
Okay.
but,
I just wanted, I've been getting some questions about the water main breaks. I don't know if there's any updates you can give us about those. So we've had two now and.
Well, we've had a multitude of
Well,
them
more
in
than
downtown,
one,
so.
Two major ones.
So thank you for bringing that up, Rob. So these are old AC pipes, and so what happens is once
AC,
one
what is,
asbestos concrete
Oh.
or cement.
okay,
Once one of those goes, it's almost like a chain reaction. One of the things we are looking at doing as part of the downtown project is actually replacing the water mains along Main Street, Homer, Front, and then we actually just expanded to Summer Street as well, so.
That be part of the downtown project, or, okay.
included in that funding.
Including in that scope.
So,
Right.
So as you have the roads dug up, then
Might as well.
That's,
you might as well
Right.
put
Oh,
the,
yeah,
you
for-
might as well put the electrical on the ground too.
well, it's coordinating all of that,
Yeah.
so definitely.
So do we have an infrastructure issue with water pipes? Because we always do a lot of work with them, but how would you evaluate the condition of our water pipes as a whole?
Evaluated as old. No, it's, some sections of town are in a lot better shape than others. Some of the older parts of town, we still have some of the older pipe. And, again, it's almost like a chain reaction. But
So I presume you're looking at, when the capital plan you're putting together, you're looking at the pipes that need to be.
yeah, it's definitely
replaced.
part of capital.
Okay.
So another follow-up item from town meeting is the need for the board to create a rate structure for the stormwater enterprise fund.
That's
That's a big one.
So, and, to
That
me,
will be-
that's something we'd need to do a workshop of some sort to dig into it and get inputs from, certainly DPW, from Stormwater Committee and so on, and,
So Doug is going to talk to the Stormwater Committee.
Yeah.
yeah.
I've asked him to put together a memo for me by the end of January that has basically the talking points or the starting points for a rate structure, similar to what we've talked about.
Yeah,
Some of the things that really we should look at incorporating now and things that we should look at incorporating in the future, as well as a work plan.
Yeah, that's a.
And so we will then forward it to the board to have a discussion, probably first meeting in February.
okay,
And
sounds
I
good.
Anticipate we'll take some time with this whole thing. Right.
Yeah, I
Not
would
too
think
much
we have
time,
some,
We
right?
have to
We-
we have to have it in place
Well,
by
By,
July 1
For
and
annual town
approved
meeting.
at town,
Yeah,
and
you
approved
need
at
to-
town
You
meeting.
need to have the budget approved at town meeting. You'd want to have the rate structures
Yeah.
to
Same.
support it.
No, but I meant by time, by multiple meetings and taking, I think what Steve was talking about is taking an active role in that.
well, it's our responsibility
we
to
have
set the rates, and
Right.
I think that we just, like we've done in the past, and Joe, you were part of we had a water rate workshop.
Right.
If you remember years
do.
ago. I think we do the same thing to
Mhm.
kind of just evaluate, what is the most equitable
Right.
situation. I think there's probably gonna be a lot of confusion about
Yeah.
stormwater and what are we paying for? I mean, I've had one resident say, well, I don't create any stormwater. All of my stormwater, because my driveway is flat, it goes into the ground. That may be true, and his roof flows into the ground as well. My driveway is sloped, so it flows into the street. I think one of the things that probably wasn't maybe communicated as well is that we're really paying for the streets. That's what we're all sharing the cost of.
It's part,
You
yeah,
know,
part,
right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Because,
that's what I-
similar to you, my property is at the bottom of a hill. So I get all the stormwater coming from the open space as well as the people back of me
Right.
flow over my driveway. So if I were to be measured on my driveway, I'd be paying for everyone above me. So
You can see
it's-
that, I mean, I think you can start to see the kind of
Oh,
discussion.
yeah, it's gonna have to be had, yeah.
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 That's why, okay.
Do we wanna look at a date for a retreat? I know we
Well, I
had
was,
tried to
yeah, I was
talk
gonna
about
bring that
that.
up at our, yeah, but we can, let's do that, unless people wanna put
We're
it off.
looking in
but-
January, right?
That had been our
Could-
preliminary
Do you wanna
discussion.
wait?
Michael's
Would-
saying something. there.
what would be your thoughts about waiting till after that town meeting in February? Now, the problem is,
To have our retreat
yeah,
until after that?
What's the problem, Mike? What were you
well,
gonna say?
getting ready for town meeting.
Yeah,
Um,
well, you got a point there.
So we're going to, yeah, it's just the constant problem that we have, juggling what we currently have
You know,
with
a lot of
planning for
demands
the
on our
future.
time, yeah.
I mean, I think we want to do this right. I think we want to do it well. I think we want to come out of this retreat with a prioritized list that we can all stick to and hold on to. I wouldn't want to shortchange that because we're
Yeah.
thinking about implementation and stuff.
My only thought to that is, we then will lose time on certain projects if we wait to prioritize until sometime in February, because as we've started looking at calendars, yes, we have February 13th on our calendar for a special town meeting, but the following weeks, we know that different people are
That's
away,
true.
so it means we're looking at sometime in March, which at that point, it's like you might as well wait until till the election, because then you're gonna have potentially
Board.
new people sitting here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
point.
there's enough stuff going on that I think we can talk about at least the highest priorities, because we've already started talking about them. I think you know, to make the meeting worthwhile with this board and for you and Jen, it has to happen sometime in early January.
Okay.
So let's pick a date.
And you're saying, are we talking, thinking Saturday or weeknights, or? I think Saturday morning seems
I
most.
think we're more likely to be, what is
Productive on a
it,
Saturday morning.
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning?
19th.
The 19th?
It's the
Why,
second
'cause
day of
you're,
MMA.
Jen gonna be away?
It's just a joke.
It's the second day of MMA.
Oh,
Funny boy.
Let's see.
The 12th?
I guess either the 12th
So-
or I'd say the 26th.
the 12th or the 26th?
I say the 12th. That way, if there's a snowstorm, we can move it to the 26th.
Say January, I say December 29th.
And we're talking like, say, 9 to 12.
I'm probably gonna be away on the 29th, but,
Who, you?
yeah.
What does the 12th look like for people?
12th
I hope
will
there's
work,
one
but
big-
don't we start 8 to 12? Is that what we've been doing?
Yes,
You could do
Yeah.
8 to
Yes.
12.
Yeah.
8 to 12.
All right, 8 to 12 on the 12th, and then with 26 as the backup.
And where are we gonna do the Warren Center Saturday morning?
Yeah, can we look at the Warren Conference Center?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you said January 12th?
January 12th, 8 to 12.
Okay.
And we don't even really need that big of a room, because it's only 6 of us.
One thing I'm gonna throw out there, do you want me to look at getting somebody to help? I hate to use the word facilitator because that,
I thought that was you.
I,
No, you're serious, okay.
yeah, I mean, I getting somebody kind of on short notice would be tough. Let me think about it. It'll be good. I'm, as long as I'm still employed here.
And how do you see like a facilitator? Yeah, how do you see a facilitator help, like, I've worked in like organizational behavior kind of,
No, not like,
No, not a behavior, but I meant
Oh,
like,
my word.
I meant like a consultant who helps you formulate thoughts and like.
well, I think it's helpful to have somebody a little bit more detached, right? Who can look at things from a more distant perspective that could maybe help us kind of organize
I think there's
things.
value in that. I think we're, a lot of times we're too close to something. We all have our, kind of pet things. I think we need to, be able to step back and really set some priorities that we all agree to and, rather than the really, I would describe it as kind of jumping from not crisis to crisis, but event or project or need and so on with that, you know, and losing sight of kind of a bigger picture, I guess, so. I think there's some value in that.
Well,
You know,
let's put-
Steve Jobs always said, innovation means saying no to 1,000 things.
He's dead.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean what he said isn't valid.
Not profound.
So one thing, Mike, I mean, we could hold the 26th as a backup date if you think the facilitator,
Let-
you know.
I certainly have some thoughts about a way to present some of the information I'll probably talk to you offline about to see if you think that would be beneficial.
I almost think, you know, it's one of those things where I think we have an understanding of what some of the priorities are. And if we want to bring a facilitator, maybe it's something to think about come June,
Okay.
after the next round of elections, because we know at least one new person will be sitting here. And then
Could
we
be
can,
two.
it could be two, I
Could
don't
be
know,
two.
that's why I'm saying, you know, we don't have a lot of money to do stuff like that as a board, so I'm wondering, you know, do we decide when to do it that it'll be the best
Be the best
use of our
use.
time and money?
All right.
I would have to agree. Then again, I may not be here.
You're gonna be here in January.
Well, he'll be here in January, so,
All right.
okay.
All right.
So December 12th, 8 AM, unless it's a big snowstorm, and then it'll be the 26th.
Oh, you got snowshoes? It's beautiful, the snowshoe in Warren, at the Warren Center.
It's not that long of a walk, but
But you
I
have to
don't
get
have
there,
snowshoes,
Steve.
I should get some, oh, I could add them to my Christmas list.
There you go.
All right. Is that it, Michael? Anything else?
Yeah, that's.
All right. Board reports, Joe?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair.
As Michael eloquently said earlier, thank you to all the residents that came out and voted November 4th, and then at our special town meeting. It's been long overdue, and I'm grateful, and I'm happy to be still working with a great group of people on the Public Safety Committee. We are meeting on Friday, 10 to 11, I believe, or is it 11 to 12?
12:30.
11:30 to 12:30, okay. To go over the next steps for that process. So again, thank you all who voted and who came to the town meeting, special town meeting. I'd just like to say that we had another great event on the 1st, which was the annual holiday lighting. Thanks to Steve for getting the sound system out. Thanks to Beth Reynolds for helping out, getting some new things out there, which was very beneficial, and I think the kids and those that were there enjoyed it. Needham Bank, thank you for allowing us to use their facility for the refreshments and ventures going on. And thank you to the DPW and to the fire department and to Dave Foster for getting all the lights up to make downtown looking good. We had some issues with some electrical stuff, so a lot of the trees that people normally see lit up couldn't be lit up because of electrical malfunctions, but they're working on that.
Okay.
And there are timers that needed to be readjusted and stuff, so hopefully those have been taken care of. I know that last night I had the pleasure of being at the menorah lighting with Steve and Michael, and it was a very cold night, but that didn't stop people from having a good time. And so happy Hanukkah to all those who are out there celebrating Hanukkah. And I guess this Saturday, the 8th, there's a lot of things going on the 8th, but there's one big thing going on, and that's at the bagel table. And that's have a bagel with Santa.
Okay.
No, that's how they're
Sounds
advertising.
good.
Have a bagel with Santa.
That's pretty good.
Seriously.
With Santa?
Yeah,
Saturday.
that's right. So there's a lot of things going on. So if you have nothing to do, go on the website and take a look at all the different activities that are going on. Ashland is a thriving and robust community. I would like to offer my condolences to the Thorpe family. Paul Thorpe was a key figure in town many years ago on school committee. He was a teacher. He's since passed, and his son Sean was very active in WACA when it first started. So my condolences to the Thorpe family. And if you haven't bought your Christmas trees yet, Ashland Lions Club, don't forget. They support our community, we support them.
Right.
And are we meeting? We're not meeting anymore. This is it, right?
Well, that's a good point. Right now, we're not intending to meet. I guess except for our special meeting next
Monday
week.
Monday, right.
But other than that,
No more
we,
This is,
Wednesday nights.
this is no more Wednesday night, so this is the
unless
last
something
televised.
comes up, we currently are not scheduled.
With respect to that, then, I'd like to wish everybody a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and just be careful out there. And remember those that are less fortunate. See those red kettles out there. Don't be afraid to drop a dime or two in, even a 5 or a 10.
All right, thanks,
So,
Joe.
thank you.
Yolanda?
Couple things. The Mendez Building Committee will be having one last meeting in December. It'll be the 18th, Tuesday night, the 18th at 7 p.m. in the Mendez Library. If you're interested in finding out where we're at, we're in the process. We've appointed a subcommittee to prepare our procurement requirements as directed by the MSBA. And then we are looking to go into their process to have a meeting in beginning of April to have our design company approved. So we have about a 3-month process that we're following, and we'll be following up with that on December 18th if anyone would like to attend our meeting at 7 p.m. at the Mendez. Then on Around the Clock, we're getting ready to do our holiday show. It's always fun. We are asking if you have decorated your house for the season and you'd like to share a picture or video to be shown on the Around the Clock holiday special. You can send it to WACA-TV or Around the Clock. We'd love to share what your house looks like for the holidays. And then I'd like to extend my wishes for a happy Hanukkah to those who celebrate, a happy Kwanzaa. And that's why I was not at the Hanukkah celebration last night. Needed to stay inside and get warm. And a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Certainly have a wonderful holiday. Remember, the holidays is about being with friends and family and taking care of those who are in need. So please share. And that's it.
All right, thanks, Yolanda. Steve?
Just a few things. So, as Joe had mentioned earlier, there's a lot of activities going on Saturday, the 8th, this Saturday, one of which is Ashland Illuminate, Illuminate Ashland. And it's the second year of this event. Starts at Anne Marie's Dance Center and traverses our downtown, heads over to the Corner Spot, to the Bagel Table, to the Historical Society, to Stone's Public House, to Needham Bank, to the Public Library, and to Erica's. And there's activities going on at each of those locations. There'll be lots of lights placed throughout these various locations. There's entertainment. The Ashland High School Choir will be performing on the steps of Town Hall. So it's going to be a really nice, it's going to be a cold night, but it should be warmed by the community spirit that exists. So I recommend everybody that's available to come and join in on a very festive walk through downtown Ashland.
Steve, is there a set schedule, or can you start at any of the locations and get to all of them?
It starts at 4:30, runs to, I think, 7:30. You can really go anywhere.
Okay.
There's certain scheduled times, but
And where might someone find that schedule to
that
see what's
should
performing
be
where?
on the Anne Marie's Facebook page.
Okay.
All right, so I think that's where you'll find it. Last year was the first year, and it was a sloppy,
You had snow that day.
there was
I
snow,
remember.
and it was
Yeah,
very
messy day, but it
sloppy.
still worked out.
But it was still a lot
Yeah.
of people
Yeah,
that came
nice.
out and spent time. So, again, it's gonna be cold, dress appropriately, it's gonna be a great night and a lot of fun. As Joe mentioned, the menorah lighting last night, today is the 4th night of Hanukkah. So, again, I want to extend happy Hanukkah to Ashland's Jewish community. So, and then regarding the the holiday lighting on Saturday. Just want to make note also of some of the businesses that donated items for the families that in attendance, and specifically the bagel table provided hot chocolate and cookies that were served at Needham Bank. And and I'm not sure who else, Joe. I don't want to miss anybody.
Thank you for reminding me. Lucky Farms and Cobblestone Landscaping gave monetary assistance for that, and those monies went to help buy the bikes that were raffled off, the
Right.
free raffle bikes that were out there. We had 5 of them.
Yeah, great. Okay, good. And lastly, tomorrow is the monthly Lions Senior Breakfast. It's, we serve our traditional holiday casserole. And I spent the afternoon with being the sous chef to the master chef,
Fran?
preparing the casseroles. And so I think
Great.
they came out good, so we'll be serving those tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the community center, so. And then following that is the Council on Aging meeting, their monthly meeting. So that's my tune.
Going on.
And again, best holiday wishes, safe and happy, and holiday season for everybody.
All right, thanks, Steve.
Yep.
And, this is our last meeting of the calendar year, so I think we have a lot of accomplishments to look back on over the past year. I wanted to thank my fellow board members and Carl, it's too bad he can't still be with us, but he had a hand in a lot of those accomplishments. And thanking Michael and Jen and Sue and the rest of the town staff for, I think we can look back on a very successful year, and hopefully we'll be able to continue that progress. And so I just wanted to wish happy holidays to everybody and upcoming Happy New Year. So thank you all.
Thank you.
So I think I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in
Second.
favor say, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.